I've shared my craziest experiences as a firefighter before, but my creepiest, well, I start to think of slightly different call types. One of the ones that stands out was when we were called to do what we call a welfare check. These typically occur when someone is concerned about a family member or a friend who hasn't been answering their phone, or a knock on their door, or perhaps didn't show up for work. We arrived on this welfare check and found a woman with a small child in the driveway. She identified herself as the occupant's daughter-in-law. She'd been trying to reach her husband's mother for a couple of days on the phone, and she wasn't answering. She explained that this was out of the norm and that the woman had health problems and never left the house. We easily popped open the door and entered the house. The TV was on, and in front of it sat an elderly woman, slumped over, quite dead and cold. She'd probably been dead for 12 hours or so. So we started running through the protocol. This included calling the local police department as well as the coroner. We stood in the kitchen talking with the daughter-in-law, getting the patient's name and history, and trying to find out if there was anyone else we should call. As we're talking, I realized that the child she'd had with her in the driveway had entered the house as well. It was a boy, maybe 3 years old. He walked into the living room and was trying to talk to his grandma. He says to Mom, "Grandma's sleeping." He proceeds to sit down on the floor at Grandma's feet and is playing with toys, running his car onto her foot and saying, "Grandma, wake up and play with me." That was sort of sad and creepy at the same time. I wanted to ask Mom to pull him away from her, but he didn't seem disturbed in the least, and suddenly yanking him away from his grandma and keeping him away might scare him. As far as he was concerned, Grandma was just taking a nap. Why not leave it that way? There is a sort of light-hearted ending to this that still makes me chuckle when I think of it. A few minutes later, I see a car pull into the driveway and screech to a halt. An elderly man gets out and heads for the door. The daughter-in-law says, "Oh shit, it's her husband. He doesn't know what's going on." As he comes running into the kitchen and yelling, "What's wrong? What's going on?" I gave him my well-practiced speech. "I'm sorry, sir. Your wife appears to have died several hours ago. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do." He looked at me and replies, "Well, damn it. What am I supposed to do with these drugs from the pharmacy I just got for her?" He holds up the bag. "They cost me $200. I was so stunned I just stood there for a few seconds and said nothing. You're probably thinking, world's biggest asshole, right? It turned out that he and his wife had been separated for something like 10 or 12 years, but since she was in poor health, he had been helping out by picking up groceries and medications from the pharmacy. He said, "Let me get you boys a cup of coffee." So that was the scene. Sitting at the kitchen table, my partner and I were drinking a cup of coffee with the widower and the daughter-in-law, while Grandma sat slumped over, dead in front of the TV, with her grandson playing with toys around her feet, waiting for the damned coroner to show up. It was surreal enough for a Salvador Dali painting. Seaside Sanatorium, Waterford, Connecticut. Back in 2002, my friends and I did some old-fashioned trespassing that turned kind of terrifying. The building had been abandoned for 4 or 5 years by this point. We thought, let's bring some alcohol, some flashlights, and just see if this place was as scary as everyone ramped it up to be. Right when we got inside, it was obvious we weren't the first ones with this idea. Leftover alcohol, a makeshift Ouija board, some pentagrams, and other random shit that littered the floor. After messing with that stuff, we decided to explore in 2 groups, each on opposite ends of the building. When we regrouped, our flashlights, the ones with fresh batteries, started to flicker. While we were all standing together, discussing what happened, we discovered that what we were hearing couldn't have been each other. The whispers, they weren't us messing around. The obnoxious sounds of doors slamming. Then, while standing together discussing what had happened, we heard a door slam in the distance. With that, we ran, and in our hurry, leaving our own alcohol behind. Nearly 20 years ago, my friends and I went camping in the backwoods of northern Michigan. The kind of camping where you pick an old dirt road and drive until civilization feels like a distant memory. We were miles and miles from anything. We'd been out there a few days, partying, enjoying the isolation. My friends decided to make a supply run to the nearest town. I stayed behind, figuring they'd be gone for a few hours. Alone, I passed the time drinking beers and starting the fire, enjoying the quiet. About an hour later, the silence was broken by the sound of tires crunching on gravel. A Jeep pulled in, kicking up a cloud of dust, and 3 guys climbed out. At first, they seemed friendly enough. They made small talk about the fire, the weather, the remoteness of the spot. But something about them felt off. Their smiles didn't reach their eyes. Their questions felt pointed. "You out here all by yourself?" one of them asked, glancing around the campsite. I didn't want to lie, but I didn't want to tell them that my friends were gone either. So I kept it vague. They'll be back soon," I said, trying to sound casual. The mood had shifted. They stopped pretending to make small talk and started poking around the campsite. One of them wandered over to the tents, flipping open the flaps without asking. "Got any weed?" he asked, half laughing. Another crouched by the cooler and rummaged through it like he owned the place. "What about cash? You guys bring cash out here?" I stayed seated by the fire, gripping my beer tighter. I wanted to tell them to leave, but I was alone, and there were 3 of them. Confronting them didn't seem like such a good idea. Then their tone turned confrontational. "Come on, man, what are you hiding? No one comes out here empty-handed," one said, stepping closer. The fire crackled between us, but I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. I knew I had to do something. Slowly, I stood up and walked to my tent. Their eyes followed me, sharp and calculating. I came back out with my .22 rifle. I didn't point it at them. I didn't say a word. I just sat back down by the fire with the rifle across my lap and stared at them. The mood changed again, but this time it was fear on their faces. One of them laughed nervously, raising his hands. "Hey man, no need for that. We're just talking." They backed off, but as they climbed into their Jeep, one of them called out, "We'll be back later." The words sent a chill down my spine. As soon as they disappeared down the road, I started tearing down the campsite. I didn't wait for my friends to return. Every tent came down, every cooler and bag got packed. When my friends finally got back, they were confused to see everything packed up. I told them what happened, and their faces went pale. We didn't waste time. We loaded everything into the car, got out of there as fast as we could. I don't know if they really planned on coming back, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. Boomer generational here to say I thank Jesus every day that I was able to be a mother when I did. I couldn't imagine raising a child nowadays. The world'd be scary, and kids these days are dumb as hell. Like, damn, even if I raised my kid correctly, they'd still have to cohabitate with these prime-guzzling, mindless sheep. I got a granddaughter, kid's in 4th grade. She was a COVID baby. No, she didn't have COVID, but she got that weird antisocial things that all the kids got. I blame my daughter, and the funny thing is that she blames me in the same way with her. All we can really do is accept that we're all just learning in our own way. What's important is that you're growing with the lessons you're soaking in. And don't get me wrong, I'm also totally going to play the times have changed card because, again, the world be scary nowadays. I am not saying the 90s were better. Actually, yeah, I am saying that. Put it on record. Raising a child in the 90s was way better than nowadays. I'll also admit that lots of laws were put into place because of the 90s. Like, a lot. Everything was so fresh and new. The internet was just stepping into existence. It was a wild time. So sometimes unexpected things happened that, in retrospect, maybe could have been prevented. And boom, a bill becomes a law. Please feel free to add on to this with your own only in the 90s stories. But here's mine. When my daughter Sammy was in the 2nd grade, I was a chaperone on a field trip with her class to one of the skyscrapers in Houston to watch firefighters have some sort of competition. From us having to park like a mile away from this building to what was actually going on when we got in there, all of it seemed very poorly planned, let's say. Maybe there should have been more eyes or attention as to what was going on. Maybe the teacher was hooking up with one of the firefighters there. I don't know. Either way, when we finally got to the building, no one greeted us. No firefighters came out with stickers. Everyone was walking around looking very serious, and the whole place smelled like burnt materials. The fumes were so strong a couple of the kids were getting lightheaded and wheezy. Whatever was going on looked important to the men and women competing. This wasn't a field trip where you could go up and ask the firefighters questions. They were all focused on getting their gear and themselves mentally ready. Again, when a class of 16 kids walks into a building and not one person looks up or smiles, you know it's going to be a long day. We did see a few fire trucks, but none of the kids were allowed to sit on them or even get close to them, as they were part of the whole competition. When things got started, it was fun to watch them do the obstacle courses, climb ladders, and put out fires, all with insane speed. That was the first half of the day. Then everyone had an hour lunch, including our class, as there was nothing else to watch anymore. The kids sat in the grass and ate paper bag lunches and talked about the events. A loud foghorn would initiate the second half of the competition. When we got back to the building, the teacher had the kids pile onto the elevator, but we couldn't all fit, so we took 2 separate trips all the way up to the 20th floor of the building. There were 2 elevator shafts back to back, and as the class of kids went up one, the elevator on the other wall was being pulled out in preparation for the event. When we're out of the elevator, we all walk around to the other side where the elevator door is wide open, revealing an empty shaft all the way to the bottom floor. The firefighters were supposed to use their equipment to climb the inside of the elevator shaft up to the 20th floor. It's not just the class of kids up on the 20th floor. There's a bunch of people there. Timekeepers, judges, other firefighters, all up there watching. Also noticed I haven't mentioned any other schools being there that day. It really felt strange having a group of kids up there with these adults cussing, cheering, drinking, and smoking. But there we were. The first firefighter struggles their way up with a time that no one's impressed by. Second one is a badass chick that destroys the first guy's time. The walls of the shaft were replaced with plexiglass on the 20th floor so everyone could stand against it, look down to watch the firefighters climb up. For show, at the bottom there was a little fire lit, probably not taller than a foot, but it really looked action-packed seeing the fire under them as they climbed. So the first 2 are up and out. Then we all watch firefighter number 3 strut in like a pro wrestler. He's flexing to the crowd from below, and the people around us start hollering and pounding the glass in approval of his gestures. Real caveman shit. One guy threw a full beer at the plexiglass, and it got all over a few of the kids who were standing close to where it hit the glass. The sound of a bell echoes up the empty elevator cavity, signaling firefighter number 3 to go. He decides not to use most of his climbing gear and starts making his way up untethered to any failsafe. This really got the crowd going. They were hyped. No fucking way, he's fucking crazy. People were jumping around like silly children, but even the children weren't jumping and screaming. I think they were all confused as to what lesson was supposed to be retained during this field trip. as we were all watching firefighter number 3 climb up towards us like George of the Jungle. And to his respect, the guy did make it to the top, but not all the way. Let's just call this guy George. As George reaches floor 20, his hands grip the metal grating on the floor, and then he tries to pull himself up like he's getting out of a pool, but he's winded and out of energy. Naturally, nobody helps him, though, because his time is still going. He has to pull himself through that metal door frame to complete his run, and the time has to stop. People are cheering him on, but he's completely gassed out. And it's terrible to think of this in such a whatever way, because I know it's not. But I shouldn't have been the only one seeing this guy struggling and think, maybe I should help because he doesn't have a harness. But there's literally a man with a stopwatch squatted by the hole of the elevator, shouting at this guy to get his ass up there. It was not in my power to change the following event. I was, however, able to stop Sammy from witnessing it, and that was the most important thing to me. I grabbed her and yanked her back from the viewing position by the glass. Just as I hear the sound of friction his hands make against the metal grates on the floor as they lose traction and make a quick scratch sound as gravity takes him back down the 20 floors he just climbed up. The people gasp and scream. The kids who stayed pressed up against the glass begin to scream and run through the crowd in all directions, looking for their teacher. They'd all just seen firefighter number 3 hit the ground so hard, the wind beneath him put out the fire. His brain was also completely ejected from his skull, his torso, like a water balloon. A big, red, blood-filled water balloon exploded in that elevator shaft, and thankfully, my daughter Sammy will never have that as a memory. I closed my daughter's eyes, and a few chaperones went for their kids, but we couldn't shield all of their eyes, walking past it on the way down and out of the building. It was chaos, and I couldn't figure out why we weren't looking for other ways to exit. Apparently, there were none, besides the one right next to the elevator. Regardless, we all had to walk past it as we left the building, and that's where I got the morbid peek. I wish that I could unpeek. Even to this day, I don't know why I looked, but that's how I know how to describe what the bottom of the elevator looked like. None of the people there were trying to immediately cover it up, so it was all on display for these kids to see as they walked out the doors. Walking to the bus was sad and uncomfortable. The bus ride home was sad and uncomfortable. Now again, my daughter turned out fine, but she didn't actually see any of it. And I'm curious constantly how the kids pressed up against that glass, who also saw it on the way out. I wonder how they turned out. That's the real question. Well, bonus points if you can count how many things in my 90s story wouldn't fly today. But hey, it is what it is. I was a medic, off duty at the time, in California, and a car had rear-ended a large truck carrying a load of large metal pipes used for water and storm drainage. Seeing no ambulances in sight, only police, I drove along the emergency lane. I told a police officer that I was a medic, and I showed him my badge. The people in the vehicle were definitely dead. In fact, you couldn't even see their heads. I still checked as best I could to find a pulse. It was procedure, but of course, there was none. Moving on, I helped others who had been hurt in the pileup. Ambulances had finally arrived, and I was about to leave. Yet I noticed several puzzled-looking police officers looking under the tarp that they had placed over the dead bodies in the car, and they were looking around it, under it, everywhere. Curious, I went over and asked what they were doing. They said that they were looking for the head of the driver. The passenger's head was still attached, but barely. I just stood there for a moment looking at the scene, and then it suddenly came to me. I asked the cops to move the car back. They had already had a tow truck in position at the time. I had them stop after there was enough room between the car and the truck, and I climbed onto the hood of the mangled car. Taking my flashlight out, I looked into the pipe, which had struck the driver. My hunch was right. His decapitated head was inside of the pipe and had rolled down about 10 feet. Turning to everyone who was watching me to tell them, I could see that they already knew what I found. Some actually vomited, and others looked faint. I have seen worse over the years, but this is one of those ones that you'll just never forget about. True story. Virginia Beach, my girlfriend and I decided to soak up the last bit of nature before we hit the road. As the light faded and the sun was setting, we realized we'd stayed too long. The park's gates were about to close. We didn't want to get locked in. The place was dead quiet. No other cars, no other people. We jumped in the car and started heading for the exit. And that's when we saw her, a young girl sitting on a cement block by the side of the road. She was wearing an old-fashioned, long dress, the kind you'd see in history books. In her hands, she held a large red ball, perfectly still. She was pale, thin, long brown hair. She didn't even glance at us as we drove by, just stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something. It's hard to explain, but it felt wrong. Who was she waiting for? Why wasn't she in a hurry to leave the park? We kept going, trying to shake the weirdness of it, but things somehow got worse. Ahead of us, a man stood in the middle of the road, blocking our path. He looked just as out of place as the girl, dressed in suspenders over a dirty white shirt, black pants caked with mud. He waved his arms, motioning for us to stop, but something about him was off. As we got closer, we could see his face. His eyes were wild. His mouth was twisted with anger. He didn't look like someone who needed help. He looked like someone who we needed to get away from. "Don't stop," my girlfriend whispered. I didn't. I swerved to the side, and the man lunged towards the car. His fingers slapped against the window as we sped past. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. He was running after us full sprint, his arms pumping like he'd been waiting all night for a chase. We hit the gas. The tires were screeching as we made it to the gate. I remember I glanced back one last time, and there was nobody there. We never went back. We never figured out who or what they were. They tell you to leave the job at the station. Don't bring it home. Don't let it fester. I used to think that I was good at that, compartmentalizing, shutting the door on the flames once the hoses were rolled up and the sirens were silent. But lately, the door feels like it's been left ajar. Several months ago, I started having dreams, always the same. Me running through a maze of fire, heat pressing in from all sides, and this screaming. It's not the panicked cry of someone who knows help is on the way. It's hopeless, like she knows no one's coming. I always wake up drenched in sweat, gasping for air. I never told anyone about the dreams. What's the point? Everyone at the station has their own ghosts. That night, we got the call just past 11 p.m. The old Hargrave Theater was on fire. It had been empty for years, falling apart brick by brick, but someone must have broken in and started the fire. Arson wasn't uncommon in places like that. Kids, homeless people, and some thrill seeker lighting up history just for fun. We rolled up to the wall flames. The fire was eating its way through the structure like it had a grudge. My lieutenant was barking orders and we got to work. I'd done this 1,000 times before, but something about that night felt off. The fire didn't behave the way fires usually do. It flared up in strange places, burned hotter in some sections than others, like it had a mind of its own. I chalked it up to the building's age. Decaying wood and debris can do that, but it gnawed at me. I was part of the search and rescue team, sweeping the inside for anyone who might have been trapped. The theater was a labyrinth of narrow corridors, rotting seats, and crumbling walls. I was moving fast, clearing each section with precision, but as I pushed deeper, something pulled at my memory. It was the layout. I'd never been in that building before, but I knew where to go. I turned down a hallway without thinking, opened a door that led to a narrow staircase that I couldn't possibly have known existed. In the basement, the smoke was thick, choking, and my flashlight caught flashes of what was left: rusted metal chairs, splintered wooden beams, and a pile of rubble in the corner. And that's when I saw it. A metal box, half buried under charred debris. I don't know why I grabbed it. Something about it felt important. I shoved it into my turncoat and I kept moving. Then I heard it. The scream. It was faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A woman's voice full of terror, coming from somewhere within the basement. I froze. I'd heard the screams before, but this one cut through me like a knife. I shouted, "Fire department, call out!" But there was no answer. I should have stayed and searched. God knows I wanted to, but the ceiling groaned above me. My radio crackled with an order to pull out. The fire was spreading too fast. I ran, the scream echoing in my ears as the floor gave way behind me. We lost one of ours that night, Scott. He'd been on the roof when it collapsed. A good man, gone in an instant. We all took it hard, but I just still couldn't shake the scream. Back at the station, I pulled out the metal box. Inside was a charred journal, its edges brittle and blackened, the handwriting faded but legible enough. It belonged to William Hargrave, the theater's original owner. The entries started innocently, grand plans for the theater, dreams of stardom. But as I read on, the tone darkened. He wrote about an actress, young and ambitious, who threatened to expose him for something he'd done. He didn't name her, but it was clear she had leverage. The final entries were frantic, almost incoherent. He talked about fire as if it were alive, a punishment he couldn't escape. Then the entries stopped. I couldn't stop thinking about her, the actress, the one who disappeared. I started digging into the theater's history, asking questions that seemed to make people uncomfortable. The fire in 1947 that killed several performers was ruled an accident, but there were whispers. Witnesses said that they heard screams in the basement that night, but no bodies were found down there. One night, I visited the ruins. The building was standing just barely. I found the basement again. The air was heavy and stifling, even though the fire was long gone. You know the smell. I stared at the rubble in the corner, and I felt it. Pressure in my chest like someone was screaming without making a sound. I reported everything I found to the authorities. I told them to check the basement for remains, for evidence of what really happened. They said they'd look into it. They didn't. A week later, the theater was torn down. The dreams, they haven't exactly stopped. In fact, sometimes they're worse. The screams are louder, and I can't help but wonder if I left her behind, whoever she was. Maybe she was just a figment of my imagination or a trick of the smoke and my own exhaustion. Maybe she was real, and I'll just never know her name. They tell you to leave the job at the station, but some fires follow you home. When I moved into my dorm room freshman year, it was everything that I'd hoped it would be. Small, cramped, but mine, and shared with Madison, who was as bubbly and energetic as her social media profile suggested. She was the kind of person that everybody liked instantly, with her messy blonde bun and oversized band tees that somehow made her look effortlessly cool. We weren't best friends, but we got along. I was the quiet one, and she was the one who made sure that I got out of the room once in a while. Madison's social calendar was always packed. Parties, study groups, hangouts. She didn't stay still. I, on the other hand, spent most nights in, headphones on, trying to focus on coursework. The night it happened, Madison had been out at some frat party. I remember vaguely hearing her mention it to me earlier that day, but I didn't think much of it because I obviously wasn't going. It wasn't unusual for her to come back late, usually with a story that made me laugh over breakfast. Only this time she didn't come back at all. I remember the next morning, our RA knocked on my door. She asked if I'd heard from Madison. My stomach sank. Nobody had heard from her? Hours later, we found out Madison had died in a freak accident off campus. They said that she'd been walking home alone, intoxicated, and stumbled into the street. A car hit her. It was all so sudden. Her side of the room was cleared within a few days. By the end of the week, it was just me and the emptiness where she used to be. And that's when weird stuff started to happen. The first night, I woke up to someone whispering my name. "Emily," the voice said. It was soft but insistent. I sat up. The room was dark still. Madison's bed stripped bare. It loomed like a shadow in the room. I told myself it was just my imagination, grief playing tricks on me. But then it happened again and again. Some nights I'd hear quiet sobbing. Other nights, her laughter. Faint, like it was coming from the hall, but the door was always locked. The worst was the sound of her bed creaking, like someone was shifting their weight on it. Every time I'd turn on the light, but the room was always empty. Sleep started to become impossible. When I did manage to drift off, the dreams came. Horrible, vivid dreams of Madison standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes glassy, her lips moving but nothing coming out. Sometimes her face was distorted, her body limp like a puppet. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, her name on my lips. I finally broke down and called my mom, begging her to talk to the dean about a room change. She was hesitant at first, thinking it was just stress, but I think she heard the fear in my voice, and so she promised to help. But room changes take time, weeks apparently, so I was stuck. One night, in desperation, I decided to Google Madison's name, hoping to find some sort of closure. What I found instead made me sick. A local blog had posted rumors about Madison's death. According to anonymous sources, she hadn't died on the street. She died inside the frat house, alcohol poisoning. Instead of calling for help, they panicked. They moved her body, dumped it off campus to make it look like she'd been walking home alone. I felt sick. I'm not like a religious person or anything, but the whispers, the crying, it felt like it wasn't just grief. Like Madison wasn't just haunting the room. She was trying to tell me something. I couldn't sleep that night. When the whispers came, I didn't hide under my covers, and I didn't turn on the light. Instead, I sat up and whispered, "I know what they did, and I'm sorry." The room fell silent. The next morning, I reported the blog post to the campus authorities. A few weeks later, after an investigation, the truth finally came out. The frat was shut down. Arrests were made, and Madison's family finally got the real story. When I got the call saying that my room change had been approved, I hesitated. The haunting had stopped. Madison was all but gone. The room was just a room again, but with memories. So I decided to stay. I was a paramedic in the 90s. We had a park where violent crimes weren't exactly a rarity. We were going out there at least once a month, if not more. Most of the calls were roughed-up mugging victims, with a few stabbings. Gunshots were rare. One night we were told that someone called to report gunshots and screaming. We had to park behind the police while they cleared the scene. Eventually, dispatch sent us away. Nothing was found. We weren't back at the station for 20 minutes before the next call came in. Same deal, shots and screams. We waited behind the police cruisers, and again, they found nothing. But this time, I talked to one of my cop buddies before we left. She said that they didn't find traces of any activity, let alone a shooting. Even the canines turned up nothing. Both calls came from a payphone in the park, so someone had to have been there. This time, they were all leaving their patrol cars across the street, in view of the phones, to see if anyone returned. We stopped for food on the way to the station, and again, we got the same call a few minutes after getting back. Same deal, only with a bit more head-scratching. The third call also came from the payphone, and the officer on watch didn't see or hear a thing. He swore no one had been to that phone. To make things even weirder, a couple other cops showed up talking about a shooting that they got called there for a few weeks prior. A high school kid was cutting through the park. 2 guys had jumped him. He fought back and ended up getting shot. He was already dead when help arrived. That in itself wasn't too weird, but the call to 911 was. The caller said that there had been a shooting, and the shooters ran off. They even described what the guys were wearing. They stayed on the phone until police arrived, but then police never saw the caller. It was assumed that he ran off, might have been the shooter himself. They tried to find him. When the victim's parents listened to the 911 recording, they swore that it was their son, no doubt in their mind. Several friends and family members went on to listen to it, and they all were equally as certain it was the victim. But that makes no sense. Why wouldn't he say that he was shot? That aside, it would have been impossible for him to call anyway. The bullet hit his heart. He would have died before he reached the phone. Now, here we were getting these ghost calls from another young male about another shooting. My whole crew was low-key spooked and ready to leave. We were all on edge back at the station, but we didn't get another call to the park that night. A couple of months went by, and a paramedic from the second shift called to tell me about a possible shooting at the park. He had the same story. They went 4 times that night. Each time was the same. He'd also heard about the boy who was killed and the ghost calls from my shift. There was just no explanation for it. I never really believed in ghosts, but this whole thing made me wonder. I guess I still wonder. It's a hard thing to believe if you're not naturally inclined towards such things. Later that year, I moved away with my fiancé, but I kept in touch with my old crew. On the anniversary of that kid's death, there were 3 more calls. Everyone knew the rumors by then, but they still had to go check it out. Once again, they found nothing and no one. And that was the last time I ever heard about it happening. I'm sure the payphone is long gone by now anyway. Whatever the explanation behind it, whether it's logical or supernatural or whatever word you want to use, I hope that boy is at peace. I've been a firefighter for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people never sleep again. But nothing, not even the worst infernos I've ever faced, could prepare me for what happened on this night. The call came in around 2 a.m. An old warehouse in the industrial district was ablaze. By the time we arrived, the fire had already consumed most of the structure. Captain split us into 2 teams to search for any squatters who might have been trapped inside. I was paired with Martinez, but as we made our way through the thick smoke, a beam collapsed between us, cutting me off. I radioed in, but the static drowned out any response. Somehow, my radio was busted. I tried doubling back, but the fire had grown way too intense. The air was scorching. My visibility was practically 0. I knew that I was in trouble. Then, through the roar of flames, I heard a voice. "Over here." It was faint but insistent, cutting through the chaos like my actual lifeline. I turned and I saw a figure in turnout gear just ahead of me, illuminated by the flickering fire. Thank God. I was stumbling towards them, telling them, "I'm stuck, lead me out." The figure didn't respond, but motioned for me to follow. I didn't question it, I was too focused on surviving. We weaved through the maze of debris, ducking under falling beams, skirting walls of flames. I kept calling out, trying to get a name or confirmation of who it was, but they stayed silent. Finally, we reached a clear exit. The figure stopped, turned to look at me, and then simply walked into the smoke, disappearing. I stumbled out into the cold night air, half expecting to see the figure that had led me to safety. I was coughing and gasping as my team rushed over. "Jesus, we thought we lost you," Martinez said to me, grabbing my shoulder. He asked, "Where the hell were you?" "I got separated," I said. "One of you guys found me and led me out." The team exchanged confused glances. My captain stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. We've all been outside. No one went back in after the collapse." I froze and my mind was racing, replaying every step, every detail. I was certain that I'd followed someone. The turnout gear, the voice, it was all real, wasn't it? Later that night, as I lay awake in the station bunk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved by something or someone not of this world. I don't know if it was a ghost, a guardian angel, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever know. What I do know is I shouldn't have made it out of that fire alive, but I did. And it wasn't by my own doing. I happened to be driving back home in the country region of my home state when I came across an accident that had possibly happened within the last 15 minutes. There was another car parked nearby, so I assumed that they had stopped to help as well. But as I checked the site to triage the victims, I couldn't see anyone else who was checking victims. I had already called for an ambulance and police, and they arrived almost together. I told the cops that there was 1 fatality and 3 injured, and he said that the ambulance guys went to get the injured out first. As I was helping them extract 1 injured girl from her car, I noticed the door was open on the front passenger side, but no one was in the seat. The seatbelt had been cut away. I looked to see if there was a trail, and I could see traces of blood heading away from the car. I told one of the cops, and we started to follow the trail. As we ran along, we could hear a girl crying out, so we knew she was injured. She'd probably run away in shock. We finally broke through the bushes into a small clearing and stopped. We couldn't believe what was happening. There were 2 men with her, and they were trying to get her clothes off. But she still had enough strength to resist them. As the cop called out for them to stop, I ran forward and punched the person nearest to me with a very hard punch to the side of his head. He went down and didn't move as I turned to the second one, but the cop had already had him and was calling for backup. As he went to get the one that I'd punched, I asked him if I could get a minute alone with the other one, who was now in handcuffs. He looked at me with a real serious look, told me that he could do in 15 seconds with his truncheon what I could do with him in a minute. I left it to him and went to the girl who was shivering and sobbing in shock. I gave her my jacket to wear. Other cops arrived and grabbed the 2 men and dragged them away. I stayed with the girl until the paramedics arrived. As I made my way back to the accident site, I could hear the satisfying sound of the two men crying out. Back when I was captain in the fire department, we responded to a house fire early in the morning. When we arrived, the roof was breached. The flames had taken out 2 windows on the 2nd floor of a split-level home. We made entry even though the roof was breached. The thermocline was about 2 feet off the 1st floor. We wouldn't have gone in at all, but a child was missing, and the father and the mother had gotten out of the house, but they couldn't get to their daughter's room. The father was treated for burns on his hands and forearms as he had tried to go in after her. Suffice to say, they were frantic. They told us that her room was on the 2nd floor, 2nd door on the right. Simple enough. We made entry, and the stairs faced the door. Rapid bursts from the TFT to the ceiling brought the smoke level up to about 4 feet from the floor. That's when my handline man and I saw something that neither of us could explain. I saw motion to the left, down on the main floor. Someone was walking around downstairs. I pointed to my handline man and he saw it too. We couldn't see a body as the person was in the smoke, but we could see the legs and the feet clearly. It looked to be a man wearing olive green trousers and leather shoes. I wouldn't say that the legs were dancing, but they were certainly moving in a way that got our attention. We redirect back down the stairs and see the legs go into the door on the right side of the small hallway. We both saw the legs go into that room. We get down the hallway and the door is closed. Feeling the door, there weren't flames behind it, and we made entry to discover that we were in the bathroom. The light was on, and curled up in the bathtub was the little girl. There was no one else in the room with her. We broke out the window and got her to a 2nd crew keeping the house next door from catching fire. We looked around the bathroom again and we couldn't find the man that we'd both seen going into the bathroom. There was nowhere for him to hide in there. We withdrew from the house and did exposure control as the house was a complete loss. With the fire already ingressing into the living room, the parents had gone with their daughter to the hospital where she was checked and cleared to go later that morning. The man suffered only 1st and small 2nd-degree burns on his hands and forearms. The family stopped by the station, wanted to thank us for saving their daughter. They asked us how we knew to check the 1st floor bathroom, and I asked them if they knew anything about a man in olive green trousers and leather shoes. The man pulled out his phone. After a minute of thinking, he showed us a picture of 2 old men standing in a lawn. One of the men was clearly wearing olive green trousers and those leather shoes. The man we had seen on the 1st floor had passed away in 1976 and was the man's father. The little girl's grandfather had shown us where she was. We were all pretty speechless. It's the only time I've ever seen a ghost during a response. As a paramedic attached to a fire hall, I've seen a lot of things that no human being should see. Some of the worst were when the ice comes off the river and you go fishing for bodies on the banks. This call was to a multi-vehicle accident. When we got to the scene, it was 2 dump trucks that had rear-ended each other. Simple enough case for me. There was some pretty significant damage done to the truck that had been in the rear. The driver had smacked his head against the windshield, so we went into brain injury and concussion protocols. As I'm holding his C collar, waiting for the backboard, I hear someone saying, "Help, help." I looked at the driver, who was semi-conscious, and asked him who else was in the truck with him. "No one," was the answer, but he asked about the other car. I assumed he meant the driver of the truck, and I explained that he would be okay. Then, in very broken English, he spoke Farsi, I learned after. He asked again about the car that he had hit, a small blue car, right in front of him, between the trucks. Alarms went off in my head. and I leaned out the window, screaming that we had another victim. Everyone ran up to me asking if the victim was in the truck. I repeated what the driver told me and heard a lot of "no way" and "you must have heard it wrong." Our battalion chief walked over and he spotted the slightest bit of blue that didn't match the blue on the truck. It was then that we realized this guy was telling the truth. We needed the jaws, a tow truck, and some saws. As I powered through the fiberglass hood of the truck and I reached the engine compartment, we could see the back end of this car underneath the trucks, and then wedged under the front truck above the axle. Then all of us heard the soft, "Help, help," and we went into action. Parts of the truck were flying in every direction, still not fast enough. We pulled the front truck, hoping it would pull the car with it and we could get at it. All it did was pull the car apart. We had stopped hearing the cries for help, so we moved faster. After the car was pulled into two, I saw an access point through the windshield of the car, which was smashed all to shit, and the roofline collapsed. I needed the grill cut off the truck, and I heard a rush of men and the sound of tools, and the rest of us screaming over it, saying, "Hang on, we'll be right in there." Once the grill was removed, I snaked my way down through the windshield on the passenger side. In my mind, I was thinking that no one could have survived this, but the sounds of help I had heard earlier drove me forward. Nothing in the front seat except the driver's leg, which was still smashing the brake. I saw nothing in the passenger side, so I began to cut into the seat around the springs. All I needed was enough to put my head through, just so I could reassure whoever was in the back seat and hurting that we knew that they were there and we were coming. As I popped through the seat, I wasn't expecting what I saw. Quivering in the small space between the roof and the car and the back seat was a small little black lab puppy. It ran over to me, began licking my face excitedly. I pulled my head back through the seat, stuck my arms in, and began calling for the pup to come to my arms. Eventually, I was able to grab the puppy and pull him out. All of us were still wondering where the help came from, as dogs don't speak, and the driver was dead on impact. Her entire upper body had been sheared off mid-chest. We were all puzzled over that help. Some of us saying the driver was saying help from her upper torso in the truck box. Gory thought, but the human body does weird things. The other favorite theory is that I, and then we, had heard the radio playing. And when we pulled everything apart, we pulled the radio and its power source, the car battery. And that's why the voices stopped. I guess it's the only thing that makes logical sense. Just a little side story. I kept that black lab after she spent her required amount of time in a shelter. She's now a happy, healthy 7-year-old dog whose name is Karma. For about 15 years, we lived in rural Claremont on a 15-acre parcel that had East Duffins Creek running through it. This is in Ontario, Canada, just outside of Toronto. It was moral season, so I jumped on my ATV, headed over to the north side of my property, where I found morals in previous years. I hopped off and went for a hike down to the creek and up through some native apple trees. I had to part some cedar branches to get back to my ATV about 25 feet away. When I climbed on the ATV, a full-grown eastern cougar came out of the cedars in the same place I had just walked. Clearly, he had followed me. I was afraid to start the machine, as this would have required me moving one arm and both feet, and I was worried that the movement might trigger him to come after me. We stared at each other for a moment, and then I jumped in the air, yelled boo as loud as possible, and, fortunately, the big cat turned and ran. I went home and called the Ministry of Natural Resources to report the sighting, and they weren't surprised. They said that these eastern cougars are about 150 pounds, follow river corridors, have a hunting area of about 90 square miles, and take a deer a week. 2 months later, my daughter-in-law captured a photo south of Barrie, about 50 kilometers away. It was exciting, but scary. You can see it, just watching. My husband, 2 daughters, dog, and I were camping in 2017. We live in a small city, big town with mountains all around us. So, at the least, we camp once a year, usually without a designated site. Our mountains aren't zoned down to specific or individual spots. This particular time, we pitched a tent in a spot just off the main canyon road. The dog's bed was placed right outside the sleeping section, within the front porch area of the tent, an additional zippered section that was open at this particular time. I'm always awake later than my family, and this night was no different. Middle of the night, at the time of this event, I was sitting inside my car. My dog suddenly starts barking relentlessly. While it didn't cause much alarm, as it's not completely out of the ordinary for him, I hopped out to silence him. Our children were only 5 and 1 at the time, so I reacted a bit more quickly to the volume than I would have otherwise. I made it to the tent within 6 to 8 steps and shushed my dog. I then turned my sight in the direction of his determination to see what he was so upset by, with our backs now on the tent's entrance. Directly in front of me, us, standing by the fire pit a mere 10 feet away, a black bear raised his head to make eye contact with me. I immediately froze, started loudly calling my deep sleeper husband's name repeatedly, alternating his name with bear. Only then did I realize the guns were in the car. Fortunately, at the same moment, the bear turned and ran off. Our miniature dachshund thinks he's tough and barks accordingly, and unbelievably manages to scare off animals that he doesn't stand a chance fighting against. I gained 2 memories that night, including the show my husband gave me, a burned image of him flying out of the tent in only his underwear and boots, almost bare naked, if you will. I spent a week backpacking alone in the Grand Tetons last year. It was the day of my 20th birthday when I was about halfway through the trail, which means that I was at the furthest point into the backcountry, miles from civilization. That day, I hiked farther into the day than normal to cover as much distance as I could. This was a mistake, because when I reached the designated permit campsites area, most of them were already taken. I continued on the trail before I reached something that kind of resembled a campsite. It was a small dirt area under a tree that sat adjacent to a tiny stream. I was uneasy about the spot, but it was getting too dark to find another one. I set up my tent and fell asleep alone in my small 2-person tent right as the sun went down. A couple of hours later, I woke up to the sound of a twig snapping. I thought it was a squirrel or a marmot, so in a sleepy daze, I hit the side of the tent to scare it off. And then there was a sound like something hit back. It frightened me, but I decided that it must have been a branch or something that had fallen from a tree. I was still exhausted at that point, and I went back to sleep. Not long after, I was woken up by more twigs breaking, but this time they were noticeably steps, and loud ones at that. I knew I was in bear country, but it was pitch black and I had the rain cover on, so I couldn't see anything. I hoped it was a deer and that it would just wander off, and the sounds did stop for a while. About 30 minutes later, the same cracking sounds of twigs on the ground, and they were moving in the other direction. That's when it stopped and sniffed my tent. It had thunderous breaths, and there was no doubt in my mind now that it was a bear. I had nowhere to run, and all I had to defend myself was a pocket knife and a can of bear spray. So I stayed up the rest of the night wide awake with both of my hands ready to defend myself. It stayed around my tent for 5 terrifying hours, infrequently walking, sniffing, and at one point, scratching at my tent. It wasn't until the sun came up and the sound stopped that I had the courage to bolt out of my tent to get as far away as I could. When I looked back, there was no sign of a bear, but when I finally returned to my campsite, there were massive paw prints in the dirt surrounding it. It was the most terrifying night of my life. Upon returning from a morning walk to a campsite where a batch of teens under my care were sleeping under the stars, there was a big guy going from sleeping bag to sleeping bag, lifting the bags and looking in, even managing to unzip one far enough to get a glimpse of underwear. I stepped into sight, cleared my throat loudly. He looked at me, put his hands on a large knife that he was wearing. I was leaning against my car by the door that I'd left open earlier when grabbing my camera, and my .22 was lying on the back seat. I leaned in and pulled it out, then cleared my throat again. The low-life scum actually scoffed and lifted the edge of another sleeping bag. I racked the bolt, which spit around onto the ground. That sound told anyone with a brain that there was now a round in the chamber. He stopped and stared, so I slowly lifted the rifle. He took another step, so I sighted it on him, center of the chest, and said quietly, "Leave." I tracked him as he moved, and he finally got the hint that he really ought to be somewhere else. Several of the kids had actually been awake, watching. They'd asked if I really would have shot him. I could only say, absolutely. For a long time, I actually had nightmares where I did have to shoot him to get him to stop. I now think sometimes when I remember it, if only we'd had cell phones then, I could have gotten a picture of him as well. Guy's a creep. The darker part of me wishes I'd shot him. Lifetime Floridian here. I'm a 35-year-old female who spends a great deal of time outdoors. There are several trails near my house, and I know every inch of them. I know where and when I might run into gators, and I avoid them accordingly, most of the time. My favorite trail circles through a wooded pond, and it's been raining a lot, so I haven't gotten to walk there in a while. Yesterday I got there at 6 a.m. so that I could make a lap before work. It was nice, overcast morning, warm, but not hot yet. I figured the gators would still be sleeping in, but that should never stop you from keeping an eye out. As I passed under a close crop of trees, something heavy started moving around in the branches above my head. Leaves and acorns fell all around me. I looked up, expecting to see an iguana or a large bird, but it was an alligator. Definitely over 5 feet long, right above me. I know they can climb trees and fences. I did not, however, realize that they would just chill up there. I'd never seen one do it before then, but you better believe I Googled it later. I don't know why I stood there, watching. It started to move like it was coming down, and I intended to get out of the way. And then a branch bent too far, and the little monster fell on top of me. I did not handle it with grace. Neither did the gator. We both had a full freak out. The impact knocked me on my back, and for a horrifying moment, the alligator was completely on top of me, but also scrambling to get away. Its feet clawed my thighs, torso, chest, and arms. Thankfully, I was able to protect my face. I tried rolling to get out from under it, but its tail hit me in the ribs, knocking me back again. It felt like a long, drawn-out ordeal, but it probably only lasted a few seconds. It ran back into the water, and I tried to run back to my car, but the pain set in the moment I realized I wasn't in any real danger anymore. My scratches weren't too deep, but they stung. My ribs are what really hurt. It was a struggle to get back to my car, and I almost had to call for help, but I made it, drove myself to the ER. Only as I was walking inside did I notice an awful smell, and I realized the gator had shit all over me. Well, surely that wasn't good for my wounds. Anyway, my wounds were cleaned, and I felt better once my pain meds kicked in. Magical stuff. The x-ray showed 2 of my ribs have hairline fractures, with the dark bruising that had already spread across my torso. I'm lucky it wasn't worse. I thought that I would sound crazy when I told them an alligator fell on me, but apparently I wasn't the first. If this didn't surprise them, I'd really love to hear about the cases that did. My cousin used to teach at the tribal school on our reservation. Her name's Dora. Dora has a story that she'd never tell publicly, but thankfully has a wonderful, loving, beautiful younger cousin willing to share it for her. I'm not on here trying to put Dora or our tribe in a bad light, and that's why I'm keeping our reservation name out. So, Dora was a 12th grade English teacher at the high school. It's the year 2000, and they're all on winter break. She attends a party at my house and decides to head home around 2 a.m. That night, a dense fog had blanketed the reservation, and already having a few drinks, Dora begins to have a change of heart about driving all the way home. Her house was only a few miles away, but from my house, the high school was just a bit closer. The lanyard with her keys hung on her rearview mirror, so she put them around her neck and then took a left instead of going straight out of my neighborhood. When Dora got to the high school, her car was the only one in the parking lot. She drove around the back where the buses pull in to pick up the kids. Her classroom doors are located on that side, and she parked her car in the bus loop, a stone's throw away from her outside door. The school lights that lined the building were all turned off during holiday breaks, making the building itself completely dark. Dora parked under the only source of illumination coming from the single street lamp located on a cement island center of the loop. Besides that one light, the rest of the property around her is black. There's only one road that leads from the rear of the building. The road eventually leads into a 4-way stop, but before that, there's only trees all the way up to the school. Needless to say, the first step Dora took from her car was a leap and a bound to her classroom door. When she gets inside, her desk is right by that door, so she didn't have to navigate blindly through her classroom to find a light. Exhausted and relieved, Dora actually called me that night to tell me what her new plan was. Then, after we hung up, she pulled all the blankets and pillows out of her emergency closet and made a bed on the little couch in the corner of her classroom. Before going to bed, though, Dora realized that she didn't enjoy any of the amazing food that I prepared. So, her stomach began to rumble, almost as if it was verbally scolding her for being so stubborn. It's a little after 2 a.m., and every business in town closes at 8. But somehow, Dora found probably the only food that would be willing to make a delivery that time of night. She found the phone number to a donut shop right outside reservation lines, and most likely taking pity on her desperate voice through the receiver, agreed to make a delivery to the high school. Taping an envelope with cash and a tip onto her door, Dora gave specific instructions on where to go and what to do. So the driver would go to the back of the school. The classroom's the only one with the lights on. Money's on the door. Leave the donuts outside. Nothing too crazy. Through the curtains, Dora eventually sees headlights pull in, and her confidence grows that her directions were accurate. In the quiet classroom, she can clearly hear someone get out of their car, walk up to her door, do the 2 taps, confirming successful transaction. Before Dora leaves her couch bed to get the donuts, she waits as shoes walk away from the door. Listening for the car door to shut again, Dora begins to hear something else. It sounds like footsteps were heading back to her door, but this time, the feet were running. Then, boom, boom, boom. Dora's jolted from her frozen position, practically jumping out of her skin when someone starts pounding on her outside door. For the quickest moment, Dora thinks that she may have shorted them on the total, but she knew that she gave more than a generous tip. Then, the person banging on the door begins to scream, "Please, let me in. Let me in, Miss B." The B is the initial of Dora's last name. The person on the other side of the door called her by her full last name. Must be a student. Dora also thinks the voice sounds familiar, and that's one thing that I'll never get. How do teachers remember all of their students like that? Well, sure enough, the mystery person pleading outside of her door ended up being a former student of hers. His name's Mark Len. Mark's family owns the donut shop that Dora was ordering from that night. Dora liked the Len family and had an oddly significant memory in her teaching career involving Mark's older brother, Callan. He was a few years older than Mark, and when Dora first started working at the school, there was a kid that kept harassing her like a creep. One day, the creep got way too close to Dora, and Callan stepped in between them, knocked the guy on his ass, basically. That ended the harassment. So, when Dora opened the door and Mark Len pushed his way through, slamming the door behind him, she's almost relieved. But that's short-lived, as the look on her former student's face is filled with horror. Right as the door slammed behind him, Mark ran over to the curtains, started peeking through them and out to the parking lot. Their familiarity to each other wasn't enough to break the tension that Mark was feeling, and a formal greeting didn't take place. Instead, out of breath and continuing to peer out the curtains, Mark tells Dora, when he was walking back to his car, something or some things started to chase him in the fog. Before saying anything, Dora would join Mark in staring out the window into the fog. The mist that had covered the town remained thick, and Dora's car was barely visible from where they stood. She asks Mark if it was an animal that was chasing him, and he said no. He wasn't sure what it was. It sounded like human strides coming at him from directly in front. When Mark stopped his pace in the fog to listen, along with the first pair of legs approaching, he heard a second pair of running feet in pursuit, coming at him from the right. That's when Mark turned and sprinted back to the door. His accounts of what happened scared Dora more than she'd ever let on. Attempting to remain logical in the situation, Dora suggests the commotion he heard was from a pack of res dogs wandering the grounds, but Mark was adamant about what he heard. The steps were too heavy to be from dogs. For a moment, they both stood in the anxious silence that filled the classroom. Their eyes fixed out the window, looking for movement in the fog. At first, Dora thinks her eyes are playing tricks on her, but Mark's gasp solidified that what she was seeing was real. Both of them watched as a tall, hooded figure rose out of the fog by Dora's car. They could see it under the street lamp. The hood doesn't fully cover its face, and Dora swears it had the head of a wolf. The hooded figure turned and stared directly at them before slowly sinking back down and disappearing into the fog. Unable to keep her feeling of dread suppressed, Dora steps back from the window. Mark does too, speechless at what they'd just seen. Dora turns off her desk lamp, once again immersing her classroom in darkness. The hope of being unnoticed is extinguished almost immediately after they begin to hear knocking on the windows of her classroom. Neither of them were brave enough to open the curtains. Mark says, "It knows we're in here." They quickly decide to move rooms. Mark and Dora leave her classroom through the internal hallways. The whole time, they can hear the entity going around the school, pounding on all the windows, shaking all the doors. Dora feels her legs get weak. She's about to pass out from fear, and Mark sees her wobbling and catches her before she collapses. Still conscious, Mark assists her to the closest room, which was the kitchen. After setting Dora on the ground, Mark asks if all the doors are locked in the building. Dora doesn't know. Hearing this, Mark takes it upon himself to independently take off to check all the doors as Dora sits trying to regain a stable breathing rhythm. It's almost pointless, because just as her heart rate begins to go down, she can hear Mark scream. It echoes through the hall, heading back towards the kitchen. He's screaming, "It's inside. Lock the door." She sees Mark fly past the kitchen doorway. She hears another set of footsteps running through the hallway behind Mark. And when he doesn't run into the kitchen, she has no other option but to close the door and listen to what's going on just outside. Mark screams, and the sound of the chase trail off to another part of the school. Then, silence. Dora stayed like a statue in the kitchen for what felt like hours. She didn't know when it all started, but the clock located over the industrial stove read 4:30. She decided to wait until sunrise before leaving her hiding spot. The entire time she waited, her heart was pounding. Every creak of the school's old infrastructure felt amplified in the emptiness of the kitchen. Every shadow seemed to move in the corner of her eye. She clenched the handle of a butter knife, one that she'd grabbed from the drawers, her only weapon if whatever was chasing Mark decided to return. As the first light of dawn seeped through the small, grease-streaked windows above the industrial sinks, Dora gathered enough courage to leave the kitchen. Her legs still felt weak, but she steadied herself, gripping the wall for support as she tiptoed down the hallway. The building was eerily quiet now. No pounding, no footsteps, no screams. On her way back to her classroom, she passed the computer lab and froze in the doorway. The scene inside was not what she expected. Desks had been overturned, papers scattered everywhere. Most importantly, all of the computers were gone. She ran back to her classroom to see a similar scene. Her phone, which she'd left next to her couch bed, was gone, and so was Mark. Frantic, she checked the parking lot through the classroom window. Her car was still there, but Mark's was nowhere to be seen. Dora decided to call the police, but with her phone being missing, she needed to find the office, as classrooms didn't have phones. As she made her way back down the hall, she noticed some other things. Muddy footprints leading from the back entrance of the school. And sure enough, they led right to the computer lab. Reaching the office, Dora used the landline to call for help. When tribal police arrived, they searched the entire school, but they found no sign of Mark, and no sign of the creature Dora described. No evidence of forced entry either. What they did find, however, was far more shocking. Not only had the computer lab been completely stripped of its equipment, but every monitor, keyboard, laptop, it had all been taken. Adding insult to injury, all of the remaining cords had been cut. The officer questioning Dora seemed like he didn't quite believe her. "You're sure Mark Len was here last night?" he asked her. She insisted, yes, he was being chased. There was something out there, I swear. Dora insisted, recounting everything she'd seen, but as she spoke, she realized how absurd her story sounded. A hooded, wolf-headed figure, knocking and chasing them through the fog. The officer nodded politely, but still didn't seem convinced. He told Dora they would follow up with Mark's family and the donut shop, but for now, she needed to head home, get some rest. Dora knew what she saw, or thought she did. As the fog cleared, the reality of the situation began to sink in. It wasn't until the following day, when Mark and his older brother Callan were trying to sell some stolen computers, that the truth finally came out. That hooded figure and the eerie chase were all part of their elaborate plan to scare Dora away from the school, or essentially to let them in. They'd used the fog to their advantage, disguising themselves and creating chaos to cover their tracks, all so they could loot the computer lab. Callan, the mastermind, had even worn a wolf mask and a cloak to sell the illusion. As for Mark, his performance of terror had been convincing enough to manipulate Dora into hiding while they carried out the theft. The pounding on the windows, the running footsteps. It was all staged. When the police questioned Mark, he admitted everything, though he claimed that he had felt a twinge of guilt when Dora nearly passed out in the hallway. It was supposed to just scare her, he said. We didn't think she'd take it so hard. Dora, humiliated and furious, resigned from her position at the school. The administration didn't fire her outright, but the implication was clear. She'd let herself be duped, and the theft had happened on her watch. To this day, she avoids talking about what happened, but if you ever bring up that night, her face hardens and her lips tighten. The wolf-headed figure under the street lamp really creeped her out, but for it to all have been some way to take advantage of her kindness, well, that's just pissed her off for forever. Last January, I was between jobs and had just recently had a daughter who was at the time about 5 months old. My husband had been working through my pregnancy but lost his job. We were living at my mom's house. I have an education in psychology and some experience as a counselor, so I was looking for the best I could get. But the best I could find right away was a job working as a paraprofessional in a special education department of an elementary school in a nearby suburb. The position was unique to COVID times, being that they needed someone to just sit around the computer room while kids did speech therapy over Zoom. Don't get me started on how terrible virtual speech therapy is, but anyway, my job was to just walk around the school, back and forth between the classrooms and the computer room, picking up kids, taking them to the Zoom room, sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the kid, taking them back, picking up the next batch. I was overqualified, we'll say. Some days of the week were scheduled tightly, and other days of the week I routinely had just 2 appointments. The school was a ginormous horseshoe shape, housing 700 elementary school children. I was located all the way at the far back of one side in the pre-K wing. It could take 15 minutes to walk all the way across the building and back when the kids I was picking up were in the older grades. Every day I would make this walk. In the middle of the school, across from the front office, I would always notice and try to ignore this strange rag doll. It was made with construction paper over its face and showcased in a display case. No bad vibes from it, but it just seemed out of place and random. It was there the entire 5 months I worked there, never changing or having added to its case. Onward, weird things happened in the computer room where I worked. The doors in the school use a key to lock from both the inside and outside. The doors do not lock automatically. You absolutely 100% have to manually lock them with a key. We are technically supposed to lock rooms when we leave them empty throughout the day, but no one ever did. So I just left my door unlocked when I went to get the kids. I would go to get a kid in pre-K, so they'd be literally 2 classrooms away, less than a minute to pick them up. My door would be locked by the time I returned. Sometimes I'd be gone longer, but sometimes that's all it would take, 60 seconds. I messed around with this door in my free time, trying to figure out why or how it was locking. And the only conclusion that I could come up with was that someone was manually locking it when I was gone. I asked the janitor that was always around. He said no. I asked if it could lock itself. He said no. So, I came to the conclusion that someone was fucking with me, trying to teach me a lesson for not locking my door or something, passive-aggressively. Well, I don't play that. So I texted my boss, the vice principal, asked to come talk to her when she had time. I explained the situation to her. She said she was sure that no one would do something like that, but she would have maintenance look at the door, and that was the end of it. I come back after the weekend, the door is broken, like off the kilter of its hinges, so it won't shut all the way at all. Guess locking on its own won't be a problem anymore. That school didn't have security cameras in the halls. I wonder if they had any video of me pushing the doorknob down to check that it was unlocked before walking off, returning, and it being locked. Anyway, after that, there was a day where I went to get a kid out of his classroom in the pre-K wing by my office, but they switched the schedule up that day, so the class wasn't in there. I shrugged it off, went to pick up the other kid that also sat in there for this block, then came back. There was another paraprofessional watching her own kids in the playroom nearby, so I asked her if she knew where the other class would be right now. She said she didn't know, but that she thought that she'd seen a kid run in there. Might have been going to use the bathroom. I said okay, went back into the empty classroom. I have the other little kid with me at this point, and there's a bathroom in the back of the class, but it's open. I walk over there, confused, check the room, even look behind the door. There's no kid. I shrug my shoulders at the other little one and begin walking back towards the exit of the room. The bathroom door slams shut behind me. The other little kid jumped out of his skin. I tried to remain calm. The other paraprofessional nearby sees us out in the hallway, peering into the empty classroom, presumably looking very puzzled and freaked out. She asks if the kid was in there. No, but the door slammed behind me when I was walking out. I trailed off, looking down at the kiddo with me, who's looking back up at me with his eyes wide as ever. Probably just the wind, I say. The other para kind of looks at me crazy but shrugs it off, keeps about her business. The kid I was with, I shit you not, whispers, "It was a ghost." And of course I say, No, I'm sure it was just because I messed with the door. You know, the obvious. So, incident blown off. A couple weeks pass by, and I'm in the empty computer room working on art for the walls. It's Wednesday, so it's an early day for pre-K, and all the littles have gone home while the real teachers are in a staff meeting. Someone knocks at my office door. Mind you, the door no longer shuts all the way, so I figure that they don't want to barge in. I get up from my desk 5 feet away and open the door. No one's there. I look down the hallway. No one's there. I go sit back down, more annoyed than anything, and it happens again. At this point, I'm kind of fed up. I do practice witchcraft and have been doing so seriously for more than 16 years, but I have no mediumship abilities or anything like that. I don't deal with ghosts and spirits in my practice, but that's the reason I'm not scared at this point. I ask the janitor if the place is haunted. Man, this guy doesn't skip a beat when he says, "Oh yeah, Rodney." Rodney? Yeah, they say a little boy died here. They named the doll across the office after him. What the fuck? I asked my supervisor about it and she says, "Oh yeah, they told you about Rodney, huh?" I'm like, yeah, well, that could have been in your ad. Okay, so at this point, I've become acquaintances with the school librarian. I ask her about what's going on as well. She says all kinds of people have weird experiences. Night janitors have had things move on their own. One time, the top principal had an alarm go off, showing that someone was down in the basement at 3 a.m. But none of the outside doors had gone off. I guess another time was over spring break. The doll across from the office got ripped up in the display case. His head was laying on the ground, which is why he had a construction paper head now. There were no staff or students around when that happened. Another staff member never believed in ghosts until she saw a little boy run into a classroom and disappear. I guess that's about the extent of things that happened to me there. But I became fascinated. Some staff knew of the ghost. Some had never heard anything. Mostly staff who worked on my side of the building had experiences. The other side of the building seemed like a whole other world. Totally normal. No ghosts over there. I became the weird ghost girl, I'm sure, always asking people if they'd seen anything. I am not the person to pretend like something's going on, so as to not stir the pot. Of course, I never let the kiddos hear me talking about it. No one other than the janitor seemed to have heard of anyone dying at the school, but people who had heard of the ghost or had experiences did have theories. One day I asked a paraprofessional from another school in the district because at a meeting she mentioned that she herself attended the elementary school where I worked. She didn't know anything about a ghost, but she did say that while she attended, a boy died at school, in the wing where I worked. He had the flu, and his heart gave out. It's actually a very sad story. She could corroborate. She said that they hung drawings of his up in the hallway to commemorate him. Sure enough, among the plaques, there's a framed picture of a swimming hole in a mountain in memory of Ernie, not Rodney. I found a much, much better job, and I quit during summer vacation. But I did tell Ernie, in the silence of the computer room in the last week of school, that if he wanted, he could cross over, and that he didn't have to be stuck at the school. I even had a sacred place out in the country where I believe the veil is thin and that he's welcome to come there with me. Like I said, no psychic abilities here, so no idea if he got the message. But I did drive out there on the last day and put a birdhouse out for Ernie. I hope he's doing well. I work at a preschool that's in a very old Catholic school building. We're not a Catholic school or affiliated with the church at all. We just rent the building from the church. But we are on the church grounds and right next door to a cemetery. It's still a functioning cemetery, but it dates back to the early 1800s. So anyway, in the 1950s, the school building was the Catholic school. It's a fairly small building with a large gymnasium. It has a stage for performances and other things. And during the 50s, an 8-year-old girl suffered a brain aneurysm in the parking lot and died on the spot. She's buried in the cemetery next door. She's one of the ghosts that's there, and we call her Mary. Now, every person that I know that's ever worked here has had some sort of experience with at least one of the spirits, but it's mainly Mary. A few years back, when we did bus service for the kids, we had a lady bus driver. Once she would get to the school and the kids would go to class, she'd go into the break room, read the newspaper, and have breakfast. One day, she came out of the break room and something caught her eye, so she turned to look. And sitting on a low shelf in the hallway was a girl with a long, light-colored dress on and long hair, and she suddenly vanished. This particular woman was so moved by seeing the spirit that she instantly called her mother to tell her that she saw her guardian angel that day. I've personally had toys move around the room during nap time. I've heard kids running around and laughing on the stage when the gym is dark and the stage curtains are drawn. One time when I was the opener and was there at 6:30 a.m. with 3 kids for the day, I had the kids with me in the office to make coloring page copies. I heard footsteps with keys jingling coming down the hallway. I poked my head out to see if someone was coming into the building, but no one was there. I could clearly hear the steps and the jingling get closer, then go past the doorway of the office, and then they would just stop in front of the janitor closet. About 6 months before this happened, the janitor of the school who had worked there for over 15 years had passed away. I like to think it was them, just there to do their job like they always did. I've counted extra feet in bathroom stalls when counting the kids. Other ladies have seen a girl spinning in circles, singing in a room that no one was in and the lights were off. One time, another lady was opening for the day and she'd just gotten to the school. It was winter, so it was still pretty dark at 6:15. She got into the building, and she'd started opening the classroom up when she heard a loud noise coming from the office, like someone knocked something over. So she went into the class, locked the door, called the director, who told her to get out of the building and call the police. So that's what she did. The police came, go into the office, do a full sweep of the school, and they confirm there's no one in the building. but they ask her to come into the office. When she gets to the office, there's paperwork, books, folders, everything, all over the place. She said it looked like someone had gone in there and just threw everything from the desk all over. No one could understand what had happened. Another time, we had a tornado actually touch down on the roof of the school, tearing that section of the roof clean off. No one was hurt. Everyone in the school was able to get to safety before it touched. For a solid week prior to this happening, the director kept seeing the old father of the church, who'd passed away years ago, all over the school. Once the tornado hit, she said she believed that he was coming there to warn everyone of the upcoming events and trying to protect his school. At my school, we've watched kids play and speak to someone or something that isn't there. One time, a girl around 4 years old played and pretended to feed someone who wasn't there, holding a full conversation by herself, and during it, she kept looking up at the ceiling and then back down in front of her. It went on for a good 30 minutes. When we asked her who she was playing with, she just said totally normal and pointed, "My friend." Most recently in my room, I have a special needs kid who's mostly nonverbal. He does speak, but not too much unless he really wants to. The other day, we had the door to the classroom open, and he kept walking in front of it and stopping to look out at something. So I asked him, "Hey buddy, what are you looking at out there?" He turns to me and says, clear as day, "There's a ghost right there, and it's scary." I asked him, "Where did you see the ghost?" He says, "Out there, on the ceiling." Everyone who works there knows of the spirits who stay there, and they've all said that it's never been scary. A little spooky sometimes, but never scary. You just learn to work with them and around them if need be. And if I ever open or close the building, I'm always sure to say hello to them when I walk in and goodbye when I leave. About 25 years ago, when I was only 7, my family and I visited my cousin and her family in Sacramento on a Saturday. They lived in an apartment right next to a cemetery, with an elementary school right behind the apartment complex. This was definitely located in a rough neighborhood. My cousin, who was about the same age as me, brought me and my older brother to the school's playground. My brother brought a basketball and played at the courts by himself, and I was playing on the structure with my cousin. Randomly, my cousin said that she had to run home, with no explanation whatsoever. She just took off. For some reason, I didn't question her or decide to follow her. I just sat on the structure next to the slide. Then I heard what sounded like 2 voices, one on each side of my ears, grunting at me. I felt the presence, almost like the voices came from 2 people standing on either side of me. My heart dropped. I wanted to faint. I screamed for my brother, who was playing on the courts, and before I can even tell him what's going on, he started sprinting off. I ran after him with my shoes halfway on. When we ran back to my cousin's house, my brother said he started running because he heard constant banging against the school bungalow and angry grunting voices chasing after him. We went upstairs to look for my cousin, and when we entered her room, she was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, staring off into space. We screamed her name, and she just slowly turned her head to look at us. She looked like she'd been drugged and just mumbled something to us. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, so we just left her room. My brother and I then told our parents and aunts and uncles what happened to us. They just laughed it off. When it was around dinner time, we all gathered around the dinner table, and my cousin came out of her room from upstairs, acting normal again, like nothing happened. My brother and I remember everything to this day. We've reminded our cousin of that day numerous times, and she cannot remember anything. We brought it up to her a couple months ago, and still, she didn't recall ever taking us to that school. I don't know if she was just so scared that she tried to shut that part out of her memory. She always seemed slightly annoyed every time we'd bring it up, or if she truly cannot remember. It was definitely one of the scariest moments I've ever experienced. In 2004, my parents moved us from the East Coast to the Gulf Coast, and I started 7th grade at a new school. I talked differently, dressed differently, and overall didn't impress the popular girls, or anyone for that matter. If someone bothered speaking to me, it was only to make fun of my accent. By the second week, I'd learned to stay small and keep to myself. When you remove yourself from all social dynamics and become purely a spectator, you learn a lot. I quickly identified who was friends with who had crushes, and who secretly hated their best friend. Then there was Brady, the invisible boy. I envied him most of all. He didn't have to play politics, avoid bullies, or fear the bathrooms. No one stared at him or pointed. It was like he didn't exist. I didn't even notice that we sat next to each other in second period until he randomly asked to borrow a pen. I didn't expect to get it back, but he returned it the next day. A while later, he borrowed it again, and this kept on to the point that we made jokes about how he should just keep it. Little by little, we would talk more until I felt like I was making a real friend. We ate at different lunch times, and we didn't have any other classes together, so I would look for him in the hall. There would be glimpses of him from a distance, but every time I tried to make my way over, he'd be gone when I got there. It was starting to seem like he was avoiding me on purpose, so I finally said something in class. Brady said he never saw me and asked me to meet him behind the cafeteria after school, and then he never showed. The next day, he wasn't in class. He didn't come back until sometime the following week. I asked him what had happened, but he just ignored me. And then I noticed there were dark rings around his eyes, and he looked like something bad had happened. So I left him alone. I watched him all through class. I saw a dark, matted clump of hair on the back of his head. It looked like he was hurt. His clothes were covered in dirt and torn, like he'd slept outside. I couldn't believe the teacher hadn't said something to him. Did she really not notice? I tried asking if he was okay, but I did it too loud, and the whole class turned to look at us. I stared at Brady, hoping he would say something, hoping the teacher would see him and help. But then one of the popular girls said, "Oh my God, she's talking to her imaginary friend again." And everyone started laughing hard. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and made a horrendously embarrassing speech about how awful they all were. Crying definitely made it worse, but that's a different kind of childhood trauma. The kind of trauma that comes from a teacher taking you into the hallway to explain that your only friend wasn't real is a whole world of messed up into itself. There was no Brady in that class, no Brady in my grade. That desk had apparently been empty all year. I freaked out so bad that my parents were called to pick me up. My mom made me wait in the car while she talked to the principal. A few days and a therapy session later, my mom told me what they talked about. Sometime in the 90s, a similar incident happened where a kid thought that he'd made a friend named Brady. He was so insistent that our principal, still a teacher back then, looked into it, found old articles where a student named Brady had died. His mom was an addict, and Brady used to run to the school when she became violent. He'd sneak into the cafeteria and stay the night. One day, she chased after him, caught up with him in the parking lot. He tried to make it to the door, but she ran him over before he could reach it. He died still pinned beneath her tire. She was so out of it that she didn't even realize she killed him until the next morning. My schedule was changed, so I didn't have the same second period anymore. I guess the teachers hoped that it would help avoid another incident, and I guess it did. The other kids gave me hell for as long as I attended that school, but I only saw Brady a handful of times after that. and I was really careful to avoid showing it. I didn't need to add any fuel to the fire. To my knowledge, that was the only ghost I've ever had contact with, but who knows? Either way, I'm fine believing that he was my only one. I was always afraid of the sixth sense. I have no need to live it. My friend used to be a janitor at a university. One night, he's finishing cleaning up the bathrooms and he's just about to leave. He hears one of the toilets flush. He tries to think nothing much of it and continues on working. About 30 minutes later, he's closing up one of the classrooms and he notices something from the corner of his eye. Looks like someone walking across the hall, going from one room quickly to another. He goes over and checks the rooms just to make sure nobody was breaking in. And of course, they're empty. He's been working there for years, so he just moves on. As he walks back past the bathroom again, he hears a loud slam coming from inside, like someone slamming the stall. He then hears the bathroom flush one more time. The brave guy goes back in there to see what's up, and of course, it's empty. Way later on, as his shift finishes, he walks to the lot where his car is. He feels like something's watching him. He turns around to check, and he swears he saw some sort of figure in the distance quickly hide away. He worked there for another few years, but oddly enough, that was his only story. My buddy sent me a link to post this. I was a member of my church's Boy Scouts, and no, this isn't a story of me being touched. I really wish I didn't have to preface this, but sorry if I killed your anticipation. Actually, if you were secretly hoping I was about to tell you a story about that, stop reading and get out of here, you sicko. Okay, now that all the pervs are gone. When I was in 3rd grade, the pack that I was in was called the Bear Scouts. Our den consisted of 7 boys, other 3rd graders who attended my church. Our badges were themed to our name's likeness. Already earning 2 of them, I was eager to obtain my 3rd, the Bare Necessities badge. Our pack leader scheduled an overnight camping trip with the troop. The pack leader was named Jojo. He was someone who had earned first-class honors within our pack. Along with him was a teenager working for his Eagle badge. 2 very capable people kept a consistent, vigilant eye over us, and I still managed to get lost for almost 24 hours. I was lost within the first hour of arriving at our destination. Instead of learning how to build a fire, my fellow Bear Scouts spent the day and night combing the forest for me. I don't think anyone earned anything towards any badge that trip. There's not a search and rescue badge, and even if there was, they didn't find me. Thankfully, a hiker's dog found me the following morning. What's crazy is that when my troop returned home, they never informed my family of the real incident. I don't know if that was their attempt to cover it up or what, but they left a nice write-up for my parents saying that I had run away, intentionally abandoning the pack. That's not exactly how it happened, though, and I was never able to fully explain my side of the story. I can understand how, to a third party, it may have looked like I just ran headfirst deep into the woods, but they apparently didn't see what I was chasing. So, here's my story. Miles of driving in a cramped church van led us to the thickets of Yellowstone National Park, a part that's reserved for events like this. We all jumped out of the van and went into our respective directions, eager to use nature's restroom. After I shook off, I heard one of the boys call my name. The voice sounded like it came from in front of me. I waited a few seconds until I heard the same voice call out my name again. There was a tall bush directly in front of me that I had pushed my arms into and tried to spread apart to peer through. On the other side, I can see one of my fellow Bear Scouts. They're wearing a vest like mine, but facing away from me. They start moving their arms in a clock-like manner. They gesture for me to come over to that side. Before I can fully get through the bushes, the scout starts to jog further into the brush away from me, so I followed, assuming the rest of my pack was doing the same. As I pushed my way through the bushes, Following the scout's lead, the forest seemed alive with whispers. I'm sure it was just the wind, but it felt intentional, like words could be found in it if you could just listen to it carefully enough. The voice calling my name grew louder, cutting through the whispers and silence. I quickened my pace to catch up with the scout, but as I ventured deeper into the woods, a strange unease started to replace that excitement I was feeling earlier. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwined, creating a dark canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air grew colder, and a faint mist began to creep along the forest floor. It was as if I had entered a different world by following this scout. Perhaps this was what he wanted to show me. An area untouched by man. But then I have to question, where was the scout? I called out to him, but my voice seemed to disappear into the eerie silence of the forest. And that's when I considered turning around and going back the way I'd come from. As I realized I had lost sight of the scout, I also realized I didn't recognize the area around me. Panic started to well up within me. Alone and disoriented, I stood still. My heart was pounding in my chest. That's when I heard it. Clear whispering. It was soft, haunting. It sounded like it came from all around me. My name was being whispered, over and over again. But the voice became distorted, unnatural. It sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. With no other choice, I tried to retrace my steps. But the forest, it seemed to twist and change. I was taught to identify markers on a trail or leave a trail of your own. I didn't do either of those things on my way in. I did know I needed to find my way back to real noise. I just needed to listen for the troop and follow their voices. But for whatever reason, I couldn't focus on anything other than the whispering around me. It was my name, followed by words I couldn't figure out, and then back to my name again. They grew louder. Despite me thinking I was running away from them, they echoed in my ears. Shadows moved around the trees. I could swear I saw glimpses of figures moving just beyond my line of sight. This place had become a maze. I knew I needed to get out. I mustered all my courage and just started running, blindly following the faintest glimmers of light that peeked through the dense foliage. The whispers, though louder, they were also more urgent with every step I took. I found myself screaming just to drown them out. I was also hoping my troop would hear my screams and investigate. As I'm running and screaming, everything goes white and then black. When I came to, I was sitting against a tree, and it was dark. This was incredibly disorienting. Hadn't the day just started? Where was I? I couldn't move, but I didn't understand why. I laid there a minute trying to figure out what had happened. The last thing I could remember was running and screaming. Suddenly, I knew that I could move, so I attempted to stand up, only to realize I was going to throw up, and I did, everywhere. But then I felt much better. Sure, still stranded in the dark, but I saw light. It was in the distance, but I knew that I could make it to the light. After running in the dark for what felt like an eternity, the light didn't seem to be getting any closer, and once again, I found myself completely lost and helpless in the forest. It could have been the kid in me, but I was exhausted, and I just stopped moving, sat down, began to cry. And then I heard the whispers from earlier. I covered my ears, hoped my crying would drown them out, only they got closer again. I could now feel something around me, stalking me. Out of nowhere, I feel this pressure in my chest, almost as if someone is sitting on it. But I'm sitting up. There's no way for something to press against my chest. Still, it made it hard to move. I was crying, attempting to stop myself in order to get some deep breaths. And then, just like before, everything went white, and then dark. This time, though, I opened my eyes to see faint sunlight. It was warm, and it made me almost forget about my situation. Then, I almost jumped out of my skin when I heard something running towards me. Snapped out of my sleepy state real quick. Back on my feet, I tried to move away from the sound, ducking behind a larger tree. From my new hiding spot, I realized the sound I heard, the thing running in the woods, was a dog. I don't move, but regardless, the dog spots me and starts in my direction. Then, for the first time in ages, I hear another human's voice. This one feels real. The dog was now sitting directly in front of me. The man's voice grew clearer. It sounded like he was saying Rudy over and over. The dog would bark when he did, and then look back at me and bark again, repeating this until the man reached us. He looks at me, clearly shocked to see me. He asks me if I'm the one separated from my group. I don't even bother explaining everything to the man, just answer his question and ask if he can help me find them. He agrees, saying that he knows exactly where they are and to just follow him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the forest into the clearing where my group was. I looked around and realized the familiar faces of my fellow Bear Scouts. Jojo and the other troop leader are set further back, and they're talking to the police. Their expressions are all filled with concern. When they catch a glimpse of me, they almost do a double take. Everyone runs over to me and the hiker. Sighs of relief and a million questions start filling the space. Feeling overwhelmed, I just stood there. I didn't know how to answer anyone's questions. Where were you, or what happened? I felt like I didn't really know. They told me I'd been missing for hours, almost an entire 24. Then they said they'd been searching desperately for me, calling my name loudly, flashlights out and everything. The hiker explains where he found me, and Jojo says they searched there several times and found nothing. The first thing I ended up asking or saying was, "Did you hear my screams?" Everyone was quiet for a moment, and they said that they heard lots of things, but they never heard my voice out there. This was followed by people over-talking each other, but I heard one of my fellow scouts say, "You were following the boy, right?" I shook my head yes, but that was the end of that. As Jojo and the others recounted their efforts, I couldn't help but feel that they were leaving something out, something they couldn't explain either. How could they have been walking past and calling out to me for several hours and never have found me? Surely I didn't walk that far into the woods, but just as surely there was no boy in the woods besides me. I was sure that whatever I saw, whatever the other scouts saw, it wasn't a real boy. Does that mean I know what it was? Absolutely not. The incident was never spoken of again. The official story remained that I had run away from the pack on purpose with no purpose at all, other than to cause trouble, of course. But deep down, I knew the truth. I'd stumbled into an odd place in those woods. The experience sorta changed my perception of the woods, not really for the better, and I guess of whispering. They're both just really creepy to me now. And I definitely don't venture into the woods alone. In the early 90s, my dad worked at a Missouri bottling factory. He was on the line where the bottles were filled while his friend Paul operated the machine that took empty bottles off their pallets. When a new stack was placed into the machine, a large arm with vacuum suction cups lowered to remove a thin board atop the bottles, which were then stacked to the side, while a sweeper arm pushed the bottles onto the conveyor. One night, there was a gap in production, and my dad was sent to check on the problem. He discovered Paul trapped in the machine from the waist up. He was being held there by part of his shirt getting tangled in one of the machine's suction cups. Several men disassembled the safety doors just to reach Paul, but he was already dead. His face was pale, covered in blood. while his chest was completely caved in. They think he reached in to retrieve a fallen board, something the machine should be off for, when the arm returned and crushed him. How do I start this without triggering the kiddos? I was highly considering sleeping forever right off the tallest bridge that I could ride my bike to a few months ago. I was in a really dark spot in my life. I still am, but now I'm able to look at it from a different perspective. Slightly more hopeful rather than pessimistic. I'm a firm believer that life is what you make it. Like a ball of clay, the possibilities of what it could be are endless. Its quality represented only in the effort its potter has invested. To say life is what you make it ignores circumstances and all it involves. It's true. Each one of us are handed a piece of clay, but as we mold, groove, and smooth these blocks with time, we begin to notice that the mineral composition of our clay is vastly different from our neighbors. The effort it took one person to create their ceramic bowl of life is primarily reliant on the quality of clay they're working with, and additional support from tools. This past year, I've been feeling like the clay I was handed has recently hardened and crusted from neglect. About 5 years ago, I essentially abandoned my friend group, not from a dramatic falling out. I just didn't care anymore. I just started my internship at a tattoo shop, and in order to impress my mentor, I needed to go above and beyond. My mentor was also a female, meaning that although I'd never degrade my artistic worth by exposing some cleavage for a job, this option was now completely off the table. Mostly off the table. She didn't give me that curious vibe, so I mentally put the option off the table. I had to take this seriously, and I couldn't be hungover or showing up to work. I needed to increase my gallery of work. Besides doing little pieces here and there for my portfolio, my lifestyle was no longer in sync with the friends I'd grown up with. At the end of the first year, I got a permanent chair at the shop. I moved closer to work, and it was only one town away, but it still felt symbolic amongst the girl group. They and I were no longer going to be walking distance from each other. Our bond was severed with well-intention. I know it affected them more than it did me, because I knew they didn't understand what it was like to have a dream. Otherwise, they'd be doing the same thing in pursuit of theirs. It feels pretentious to say this, but it's true. You either find a passion worth giving your life to, or you watch passively on the sidelines until the game is over. I left in 2020, right after COVID lifted. 3 years passed by, so 2023. None of my friends reach out anymore, understandably. They know I would have given them a sorry girl to whatever they invited me to. Looking on social media from time to time, I see that they haven't strayed from their usual routine of drinking. I become depressed. Not because I missed my old life, but because I don't feel like this one has started yet. The traction I was hoping to get with my permanent position hasn't been enough for me to comfortably afford rent, bills, or food. It's the most alone I've ever felt in my life. I was losing purpose, and one night, after an especially draining session with one of the rudest clients I've ever worked with, I was all done. I passed the gas station while my car was on empty. It had long enough to get me home, and I didn't plan on driving it the next day. When I pulled into an apartment complex, I took my bike lock key off my lanyard and left the rest of my keys on the seat. I didn't even go inside. I unlocked the bike and rode for miles, spiraling in negative thoughts up until I got to the bridge. This bridge is tall. It used to be a section of a railroad that was abandoned and repurposed. It looks off a deep river and evergreen forest. I left my bike at the bottom of the stairs and began to climb these stairs that led to the trail up the tracks. I can hear water splashing against rocks in the distance. I keep thinking, okay, this is it. Here I go. I'm really doing this. I do this on repeat until I make it to the actual bridge. The rushing water is loud, and I feel my stance weaken in stride, almost subconsciously pulling me back. I picked the left side of the tracks because the wind isn't blowing my hair in my face. I've come all this way, miles and miles from my home, set on doing this. But as I'm hyping myself up, there's an earth-shaking roar that sends me backwards in shock. I stay frozen where I landed. The sound is enough to shake the birds out of the trees, a sight I've only seen in movies. And then I hear a second guttural screech before the original thing roaring joins in the screaming match. There are 2, maybe 3 big creatures fighting somewhere close by. I think it came from across the train tracks, just like my side. Besides the open bridge above the river, I'm on a dark wooded trail. The sounds of breaking rocks, tree branches, and presumably bones, they were all heard with disturbing clarity. Eventually, one of the creatures had clearly gained the upper hand in the combat, and having to listen as the other lost was the most unsettling, terrible thing I've ever heard. Shrill octaves forever burned into my eardrum. I hadn't dared to move yet. The commotion sounded just across the train tracks. It was a 20-yard dash from end to end. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. More noises started echoing from the other side of the bridge. This time, what I was hearing wasn't the sound of monsters fighting. Something large was being dragged through the gravel, accompanied by 2 very heavy footsteps, and they were walking my way. It walked in a 1-2, 1-2 pattern. I don't know of any animal that walks in a 2-step pattern while holding its prey. I also wasn't trying to find out. My legs suddenly got strength, and I bolted. I didn't want to see what was going to come across those tracks. I sprinted through the pitch-black forest until I reached the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound like I was being chased, but that didn't stop me from jumping on my bike and pedaling out of there the fastest I've ever pushed a bike. During the 2.5 miles of forest I had to breach before entering civilization, I rode at Tour de France speeds, last day finish line behavior. When I got to my apartment, I was absolutely physically exhausted. I had a headache from dehydration, but as I flopped onto my couch, something came over me, and I couldn't help myself but to laugh until I was in tearful hysterics about all of the insanity I'd just experienced. I went there feeling at my absolute most depressed, to the most scared and confused I've been in my life. I'm honestly traumatized by it. I can't believe that's the thing that stopped me from going through with what I'd gone there to do. I called the shop and took a couple mental health days where I had time to talk to a therapist. Talking to someone really does help. I also had time to sit and reflect, and philosophically speaking, if I'm living up to my own words, I've got a passion that's worth giving my life to, and I'm not going to leave the game midway through. If my dad taught me anything before having an affair and leaving the family, it was this: play until the end. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you'll never know if you don't try. I wish that didn't oddly coincide with his infidelities, but it also did with mine, and I'm making it mine. Life is absurd, so try to laugh more while experiencing existence. Lake Thunderbird, Norman, Oklahoma. Multiple drownings a year contributed to a large freshwater octopus, this being the only freshwater cephalopod of its species. My dad had a friend drown there in 1984. He said they were out swimming and he saw him get ripped underwater. It was the blink of an eye. One moment he's treading water, a couple of yards ahead, then he's gone. My dad felt a strong push of water as something big shot up from beneath, pushing the water and him backwards with a violent wave. He told me about this, and I Googled it. There's a slew of unexplained drownings at that lake, a few others around the Del City area. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective and appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for a property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her Lucky Strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, Bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. Through the hoop, on the other side, looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again. Except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks. The high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. he'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all loved that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, "Aw, that's a shame. What kind of dog?" By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, "Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that?" We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted Bomber number 2. Do I think he was my Bomber? In reality, my Bomber would have been much older, if not dead, by that time. I'd lost him when I was around 7, and Bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s. and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time Bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm, a dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, the click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door, It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. I used to hang out with these sisters named Hannah and Laura. We couldn't go anywhere without them stealing something, spitting on something, or offending someone in some way or another. Way before clout and viral status could be acquired, these two were harassing people purely for their own enjoyment. Couple of devious bitches, honestly. Our dads worked construction together, and the three of us grew up together. I guess my upbringing was slightly better than theirs because I never got into their hijinks. I had a conscience, and they were morally bankrupt at 11. I think their mom drank while she was pregnant. Laura had beady little eyes and a thin upper lip. A telltale sign that she was swimming in booze, even after her mom knew that she had 2 buns in the oven. 1/4 of the prison population has fetal alcohol syndrome. I'm not saying anyone diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome is prone to impulsive aggression in any way, but in this case, yeah, it was probably a contributing factor. The 3 of us were walking home from the mini-mart one night when a big truck pulls up beside us on the road. It's a man in his 30s, clean-shaven, wearing a Houston Oilers hat. He leans through his car to talk out the passenger side window, asking us if we need a ride home. We don't slow down, just keep walking. He asks again. Hannah's walking closest to the street, and without warning, she grabs onto the man's passenger side mirror, lifting her whole body weight on the thing, and yanks it off, calling him a pedophile in the process. The guy starts losing his shit and throws his truck into park. The 3 of us start running as fast as we could, but our 11-year-old legs couldn't outpace his, and he was quickly on our tail. He catches Hannah and begins dragging her back to his truck. She's kicking and screaming while he struggles to carry her back. Me and Laura stop and turn around to run and save Hannah. Both of us grab each of Hannah's legs and begin to play tug of war with her, but again, becoming easily overpowered. Then, like an angel's glow in the distance, a pair of headlights come over the horizon, heading our way. The highway we were walking on is a dark 4-lane highway with only a handful of lampposts on the sidewalk, leaving big gaps of black in between. We were close enough to one of the posts for me to attempt making myself visible to flag down the car. Laura starts jumping on the man, and both girls wrestle with him. The headlights I'm watching are coming up incredibly fast. When I get under the lamppost, I start waving my arms and jumping, trying to get their attention. But by the growing sound of its engine, I'm losing hope that it will see me in time to stop and help. Then I see the headlights slowly begin to swerve into the lane closest to us, maybe they did see me. I keep jumping and waving like a lunatic. The headlights fully merge into our lane, but as the engine's roar approaches, I realize the car is going even faster than I thought, and it's not slowing down. It passes me, close enough to feel the wind against my body as it blows by like lightning. Then, it was the blink of an eye before I heard the deafening sharp sound of metal bending. The sports car that passed me had flown straight into the back of the parked truck, going easily over 100 miles an hour. This gets the attention of everyone, including the man. No one is scuffling anymore, but as soon as the man sees what's happened to his truck, he's running in the direction of the flames. Hannah actually goes to chase after the man, but Laura stops her. I was just standing there, in shock. Both girls are trying to break me out of this trance. I could hear their muffled voices, but more than anything, I could hear the crackling of the flames, and I could smell smoke. We needed to go find help, I thought. Finally, I snapped out of it when I saw that Hannah and Laura had already started running in the direction of home, not help. I watched as they ran past the accident and disappeared around the bend without me. This was 2000, so cell phones existed, but none of us had one. However, the man must have had one on his person because I could see him holding something to his ear as he angrily paced back and forth. I either had to pass this horrific accident and follow those two jokers back home another 2 miles, or double back less than a mile to the mini-mart. I chose to run back to the mini-mart. They let me use their phone. As I told my parents what happened, I saw the store clerk take out his own cell phone and call 911. My parents came to pick me up, and on the way home, they actually stopped at the accident site, proceeded to drag a police officer over, where they made me explain everything in detail again. The police told my parents the driver of the sports car didn't make it, likely died on impact given the speeds they were traveling. The police were, however, still looking for the driver of the pickup truck. He was a wanted man, as they put it. I learned later that the man who originally stopped us was out on probation, had served time for some serious crimes against women and children. That day, though, he was wanted for murdering the owner of that truck he'd been driving. So, I guess he wasn't calling the police on his cell phone. Even at 11 years old, I knew I dodged some major bullets that day. Dear Mom Squad, I do seek advice, but I'm keeping this anonymous, for reasons I hope are obvious or at least understood. My daughter, who we'll call Allie, is about to turn 13. Yikes. A little over a month ago, she really started grilling me about how she managed to get a set of scars, 2 distinct lines stretching from her left shoulder to the middle of her neck, with no recollection of it. For years, whenever she'd look at them in the mirror and ask, I would remind her that she'd fallen off a horse and gotten a concussion when she was 6. Thankfully, the brush she tumbled into was easy on her bones, but the thorns weren't so nice to her skin. 7 years later, she's looking through a more investigative lens and starting to ask real questions while understanding the world around her. I do my best to answer truthfully. Recently, she asked, if I fell into thorn bushes and hit my head, why don't I have more scars on me? I say, guess you got lucky. However, she's right. The scars aren't from a horse accident. I'm sure there would have been more scars. But I've told the same story for so long, I can't change the narrative without fully coming clean. What is true, Allie was 6 when she received the long cuts down her shoulder to the middle of her neck, and she did sustain a very serious concussion during the incident. She had to receive over 30 stitches and almost bled out on the way to the hospital. Her eyes opened in the ambulance. Then, Her heart stopped for a short amount of time. She was brought back to life at the hospital. Allie thinks that her memory loss was just a few days before and after the fall. But there wasn't really a fall. The real timeline was over 12 days before it all happened. Her memory wiped completely of it all. We feared that she was possessed. The sweet daughter I once had became violent and loud. Her eyes even changed colors. We're not a religious family. We don't give in to the whole angel-demon idea, but it was undeniable that something evil had gotten a hold of Allie's spirit, and it wouldn't let go for 12 long days. She refused to eat, and her organs began to shut down. Doctors couldn't help. On the verge of death, I was desperate and I hired a psychic. After meeting with my daughter, they strongly recommended contacting the church. Jesus seemed to be the collective word with anyone we asked. We had no other choice, no options. I called right after the psychic left, and after a brief conversation, members of the clergy were at my house early the next morning. Allie glared at the men as they walked into the bedroom. I'll never forget that look. It was almost as if the demon was punishing me for bringing them in. Allie produced a razor blade. She'd hidden it beneath her tongue. That's when she leaned back and started dragging it across her shoulder and up her neck, cutting herself. It took me and both of the pastor's strength to wrestle the blade from her hand, all of us getting cut in the process. She fights back with incredible strength. We get her arms and legs pinned, and I call 911. While the pastors are holding her down, she starts banging the back of her head off of the ground until she knocks herself unconscious. Her eyes opened in the ambulance, but they eventually closed after she was sedated. Allie would spend 3 days in a coma. When she woke up, the color of her eyes were back to normal. She was confused, and that's when I learned that her last memory was from over 12 days ago. At first, she was scared, didn't know why she was hooked up to all the IVs. I quickly made up the story about the horse, and it seemed to work. She had horseback riding lessons every Tuesday, so it wasn't so far-fetched at the time. I didn't know what else to do. I still don't. I'm afraid talking about it might stir everything up again. Is this something that I should tell my daughter? Would you? The priest didn't even have a chance to bless the place before emergency services were called. But I believe the demon left her body when her heart stopped. I don't want her to have to think about that. I don't want to tell her I don't know when she asks if it could happen again. What do I do? I guess when it comes down to it, what's going to traumatize my daughter less? Lying to her and possibly building a bridge of distrust in our communication, or the latter? I don't know. It really feels like a secret I could take to my grave. But Mom Squad, it takes a village, and I'm in need of guidance. Thank you. Hey there, love the channel. I heard you read a noodling story the other day and decided to tell my own. I hope y'all like it. This happened about 5 years ago. I was in my 20s and still living in Mississippi. Most folks call it hand fishing there, but I prefer to say noodling. People always act surprised when I wade into the water with the boys, but there's lots of girls who do it. I don't compete or take it too seriously, but I like to go when I get the chance. When I was younger, I ended up with 8 stitches in my hand, and I've been wearing a protective glove ever since. I know noodling sounds a bit extreme, especially when you look at Google images and see how big catfish get, but it's actually pretty safe as long as you take the necessary precautions, which I failed to do on this particular day. It's true that you shouldn't reach into any hole that isn't fully submerged. Your biggest dangers come from things that breathe air. No air, no snapping turtles. But it's also true that you should stay away from the holes that go too deep. if you're wading into waist-deep waters and then crawling halfway inside a 6-foot hole, you could get stuck, and people might not be able to get you out in time. I was noodling with 2 of my cousins, Chris and Brandon, and we hadn't caught anything for over an hour when I found a choice hole just a couple feet deeper into the river. The water was just above, about halfway up my torso, but I went under and reached in for a feel. Sure enough, the hole was occupied with a big mama. They get protective over their eggs, so they'll spin and thrash around with more force than you'd expect. Their mini death rolls can scrape up your arm pretty good if you aren't wearing protection, which I was. Unfortunately, it wasn't my usual gear. Our fishing trip was a last-minute thing, so I had to borrow Brandon's girlfriend's glove. It was loose and a little short on me, so the fish's mouth made it to the exposed skin. It wasn't anything to panic over. People do worse all the time, but I was starting to run out of air, and the fish didn't budge as I tried to pull. It just kept thrashing, and then I realized the glove was stuck on something. When I couldn't immediately withdraw, I began kicking to signal Chris and Brandon. I immediately felt their arms pulling at me, and then there was an incredibly sharp pain just above my wrist as something punctured deep into my skin. I had so many things racing through my mind. There couldn't be any air breathers down there, and whatever got me was definitely inside the fish's mouth. But catfish don't have needle-sharp teeth, so what the hell jabbed me? It went in deep enough that I had to restrain myself from gasping. I was on the verge of running out of breath when the fish finally came free with my arm, and we were pulled to the surface. There was only a brief moment of relief before the pain in my arm intensified. I had a catfish all right, and it was twice as mad as it had been in the hole. My cousins didn't understand why I was screaming, but it took both of them to wrangle that fish and get it off of me. For the most part, when we catch something, the only trophy we're looking for is a good picture. 9 times out of 10, we release the fish with no harm done. Some people, however, are scumbags and release fish with hooks still in their jaws. In this case, it looked like someone couldn't get the hook out, so they cut the end off and called it a day. This wasn't a little hook either. It damaged the ulnar nerve, which apparently runs from your elbow to wrist. Chris called a friend to help him with the catfish while Brandon drove me to the ER. A little fun fact about the ulnar nerve. It's the thing that makes the tingling sensation when you hit your funny bone, and when it's damaged, that sensation is 10 times worse. Mine was particularly nasty. It hurt like hell for weeks, and it was numb for months. It was probably close to a year before I got full sensation back. There was a while at the beginning that I could barely even move my hand. I've been noodling twice since then, but I only use my own gear, and I'm much more cautious about picking my holes. Getting an angry mama with a hook in its jaw was just bad luck, on top of using the wrong glove. But I had no business going into a hole that deep. Yeah, I mean, people can drown in the shallow water too, but I don't know. I did so many things half-assed that day, and now I've paid for it. It took some doing, but for those interested, they were able to liberate the fish and safely return it to its home. They even brought me the hook as a souvenir. So yeah, that's my noodling story. This Saturday, I went to a 1-year-old's birthday party with my daughter. It also happened to be my birthday. My daughter has literally just learned to walk. So I held her hand and was appropriately led by her across a huge room full of kids, toys, and food to investigate anything and everything that she could put in her mouth or stand over like some pint-sized Godzilla. As we approached a seesaw she wanted to investigate, another kid who was probably 4 or 5 literally leapt into it and started playing, rocking back and forth. This was the conversation that proceeded.
Happy birthday. Do you remember me?
we've met before. I don't know how this kid knew it was my birthday, and I certainly didn't know this kid. Have we? Yes. I don't remember. Are you sure we've met before? Yes, we have. Don't you remember? It was before I died. Then the child proceeded to run away. Never did get any answers. I mean, besides the kids are creepy, and I'm really hoping my daughter doesn't pull a similar stunt in her future. Back in the 80s, I did janitorial work for several businesses in my area. It's not a small town, but it's certainly not a big city. I cleaned a few banks, lawyers' offices, a real estate agency, places like that. One of the banks was my biggest job, so I always had a second person, Susan, come with me. That evening, I met Susan at the bank and got started cleaning the employees' restroom while she did the customers. Next was the break room. I was sweeping while she wiped the counters, and then there was a bunch of screaming in the lobby. Men were also yelling, but we couldn't make out what anyone was actually saying. Our first thought was a medical emergency. Susan's mother was a midwife, and she'd been helping deliver babies since she was 16. It wouldn't have been the first time that she had to help a pregnant lady while she was on the job. But that's not why the people were screaming. Susan went through the lobby doors first, and I was right behind her. She only made it a few steps before a loud bang sounded, and she just stopped dead in her tracks. Everyone started screaming even louder, but I still didn't understand what had happened, even when she turned to me, white as a sheet, with a red stain blossoming across her chest. I didn't understand. It wasn't until she collapsed into my arms that I saw the men with guns. 3 of them in black masks. 2 were fighting while the third came to pull me away from Susan. As they did, her body fell to the floor with a surreal thud, and I was pushed into the crowd of other hostages. My hands and clothes were covered in blood. I can still feel it all these years later. That's something that never leaves you. The 2 men were mad at the third for firing, but he thought Susan was a security guard because of the way she came charging through the doors. The guy pleads that it wasn't his fault. The man who pushed me took the shooter and the bank manager back to the safe while the last man stayed to watch us. He said if we stayed calm, no one else would get hurt. Most of us were just crying and praying. If any of the men had heroic intentions, none became a reality. A couple of minutes later, police cars began forming a blockade around the building, and our captor called for his friends. That's about the time the phones started ringing. They rang for the longest time before the other 2 returned with bags full of money, and the one in charge answered it. The police wanted to negotiate, and none of us breathed a word when he said no one had been hurt. Well, the cops were only called because someone heard the gunshot, so they didn't really believe him anyway. For the next hour, myself and 27 other people sat on the floor while the officers attempted to negotiate our release. The only thing the thieves wanted was a getaway car and a clear path out of town, but the terms of how this would be executed proved to be an impossible task. I'm not sure what officer said to the guy on the phone, but he started to sound like he was willing to walk out of there. Unfortunately, that pissed off the one who had shot Susan. He started screaming that he would kill everyone in the building, including himself, before he went back to prison. The one on the phone said something to the third guy, the one who had been left to watch us, and I didn't understand what it was. I think it was in Spanish. Then those 2 laid down their guns, got on their knees, and put their hands behind their heads. The moment they did, Susan's killer raised his weapon, but before he could fire, one of the bank's glass doors exploded from a sniper shot. All I saw was red all over the floor. I was still in shock. And now, his body is like a blur in my memory, like someone censored it for TV. The police interviewed us for hours, but we didn't learn anything about the thieves until we saw the news later. The 2 who surrendered had successfully robbed 3 banks without violence before ours. but their decision to include a third man proved to be theirs and our undoing. The new guy had also just been released after a 10-year sentence for various violent crimes. I was the one to tell Susan's husband the tragic news. Hands down, one of the worst things I've ever had to do in this life. I don't know how doctors or police officers do it on a regular basis. The way a person's face, their whole body and demeanor, it just collapses into itself. The gut-wrenching wails that penetrate your soul. I never want to see that again. Have you ever almost died? I'm pretty sure I had a near-death experience once. You know how hotels have doors that connect two rooms? Well, this hotel had sealed the door off with a concrete wall. We'd opened the door and it was literally just a concrete wall. I was with my girlfriend at the time and I joked around, "I'm gonna lock you in, pushing her jokingly into the space. She wouldn't let me close the door on her, so I went inside with her and I said, "I'm gonna lock us both in," and close the door. I'll never forget the sound of the airtight seal in pure blackness closing. My hand was still on the door handle and I thought, there's no way. Yes, it auto-locked. The door could only be opened from the outside. So this girl and I are stuck in a 6-inch door jamb. My feet are sideways. I can't even rotate my face from left to right without my nose squeezing against the door. She tells me I better not be fucking with her. I say, "Don't panic. We'll get out." Within 60 seconds, we could feel the condensation from our body heat already dripping off the door wall. We tried to force the door open. Nothing. We screamed. Nothing. The hotel was mostly empty. Phones. I didn't have mine and her SIM didn't work as we were in a foreign country. 30 minutes. Claustrophobic nightmare. She has a panic attack. I try to calm her down. I'm having an internal panic attack. Was there enough oxygen? Would any housekeeping staff come? Long story short, we didn't die. We got out. I had a credit card in my pocket. She had her phone. We found a shaky Wi-Fi connection, downloaded the Skype app, used the light on her phone to read the numbers on my credit card. We bought Skype credit, looked up the hotel and phoned them. No answer. Called the hotel next door. They answered. She cried, "Help us. We're stuck in the hotel next door." They said, "Okay, they'll come talk to our front desk." A few minutes later, we heard knocking on the outside of the room's door. We screamed for help. Finally, after over an hour, they opened the door and we collapsed, covered in sweat, the door dripping from the condensation of our breath and body heat. The entire housekeeping staff was there. Their response? They laughed. When we checked out the next day, every staff member couldn't help but sneak a sly smirk. If we died in that door jam, I'm pretty sure our corpses would still be there. I worked in a pizza delivery place when I was young and wanted quick money. One afternoon, close to evening in the spring, just before 6 p.m., I was on the phone taking an order. A stocky man of medium build strode into the store and walked behind the counter. He took the phone out of my hand and slammed it. Things happened quickly. Astonished, I got ready to say, "Hey." Before I could say so, I saw the gun, the guy, and his stern, angry, determined face. And then, just for a brief instance, I looked into his eyes, and he looked into mine. Using instincts I cannot explain, I instantly saw his humanity. I recognized that he was scared, and importantly, understood that he wasn't crazy, not high on some mind-altering drug. He was all there, rational, calculating, and just as scared as I was. I can't tell you how I knew that, and how I knew it so quickly, but I knew, and it made me less scared because, again, I do not know how I knew this. I just knew. He wanted to get this money and get out of here. That entire thought process took less than 3 seconds. That's when you decide to take action, and if so, what type of action? And in that moment, again, on instinct, it seemed to be a clear choice between confrontation and cooperation. And so I instantly calculated the best way to get out of there alive, and it was to cooperate. He just wants to get out of there, and the quickest way to get him out of here without a gunshot is to not threaten him and to just give him the money and let him leave. That was my thought. All that happened in a split second. Even retelling the story now, I can still see this guy's face in my mind's eye, and I can still feel that sense of he's not crazy. It happened decades ago, but it doesn't feel like it. He shouted something about money. Only the manager had a key to the money drawer. I slowly, with no sudden motions, backed away and sat on the floor about 5 feet away with the other employee. She happened to be the girlfriend of the manager, and she started crying. I watched him and the manager. The manager, shaking and bumbling, took out his keys and opened the drawer, and the guy collected all of the cash. It was early in the day, so it couldn't have been more than a couple $100. I don't remember the details any longer. Did he put the cash in his pockets? Did any fall out? I just know that he strode around the counter and out the door and walked away. The entire robbery took less than a minute. When we described him to the police, I drew a little picture. They reacted by speculating about who they thought it was. They seemed to know the guy. Thinking back on it, it wasn't a situation that made sense to confront him, so I probably wouldn't change my behavior. No idea if the same tactics would work today, but I'm just glad they did then. Just 1 year ago, I was on the computer at 11 p.m. while sitting at a desk beside a window. Mind you, I live in a ground floor apartment, so I'm used to seeing people walk by, but nothing like this. I had my headphones in, listening to music, when I hear some sort of unrecognizable background noise. I take off one headphone, then the other. The noise is then clearly coming from the window, almost a scratching noise. I was scared shitless at this point. The noise began growing louder. I finally grew the balls to get up and walk over to the window. I had to move the slat in order to see what was making the noise. I moved the slat ever so slowly, and I see a man, face to face in the window. I was horrified. A burglar, serial killer, stalker. To make it worse, he looked so angry that I had noticed him. Oh, hell fucking no. Fuck. I think I said this out loud. I quickly flipped the blinds back, stand frozen in my room for 5 minutes. By this time, the noise came back. I quickly turned on the lights in my room, and I flipped the blinds over again to see the man running away. I then take the time to plan out what I'm going to do next, when all of a sudden I hear knocking on my neighbor's door, followed by a scream. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. I take a bag and a jacket, and I run into the hallway and out the side door, going to my friend's place for the night. When I get there, we call 911. They say they've already had a report for that address. I came back the next morning to find out that the man in the window had knocked on my neighbor's door, probably thinking it was mine. He punched my neighbor in the face, ran into his kitchen to grab a knife. Luckily, his friends were over at the time, and they tackled the man, holding him captive until the police could arrive. Had it been me, a teenage girl who was home alone, I don't think the story would have ended so happily. I don't think I'll ever forget how lucky I am. I flip houses for a living, and my most recent project, it's haunted. It sounds horrible, I know, but when you do this for a profession, you gotta go for the best deal. And that sad reality is, nothing sells cheaper than a murder house. By the time you change its appearance, the community has moved on, and you can sell for a mint. Obviously, the market and location are important, but we're not doing a masterclass here. My most recent purchase was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath on half an acre's plot in a nice neighborhood. The inspection was favorable, so I never personally went inside until after closing. I've definitely started with much worse. Most of these upgrades will be purely cosmetic, which is pretty rare. The couple who previously owned the house had 2 girls, ages 4 and 8. The husband was leaving his wife for someone else, and she decided that he would never see the children again. Several neighbors heard their argument. It spilled into the front yard as she chased her husband to his truck, throwing picture frames as he fled. Shattered glass covered the driveway when it was over, and she went back inside without glancing at the small audience that had gathered. They'd lived in that house for 15 years, and everyone knew them well. No one expected what would happen next. It was during summer break, and the wife had a work-from-home job, so no one thought much of it when they didn't see her for a few days. Everyone assumed that she was just taking time to herself. It was 3 days later when the husband returned to find the bodies. The children were each in their beds, as if tucked in for the night, but the medical examiner ruled that they most likely died shortly after their father left. The youngest was drowned and moved to her bed, while the 8-year-old suffered multiple stab wounds that likely began while she was asleep. Afterwards, the wife put on her finest dress and jewelry, and then she took a lethal dose of her prescription medication. The whole community mourned their loss. Almost every house in the neighborhood had children who played with the 2 sisters. There's a park a few streets over where a memorial had been placed in their honor, and I see people stopping there regularly, even a year later. The story is indeed tragic. They all are. My heart goes out to the family's loved ones. But no matter how much bad juju is associated with a location, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal or unusual. A house is a clever arrangement of wood and nails that protects us from the elements, or so I thought. Now I don't know what to believe. A lot of clothes and random effects were left behind, so my first order of business was to box up everything for donation. Once I finished with all the other rooms, I moved on to the bedrooms. That's when shit started to get crazy. In the master bedroom, I was emptying a dresser when a small ring holder fell from the shelf and hit me in the back. Only it didn't seem like it just fell. It hit me weirdly hard for a short drop. Plus, I hadn't touched that shelf or even the wall. 5 minutes later, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I thought someone was in the house with me, but I searched every room without finding a soul. The second kid's room was colder than the rest of the house. I packed it quickly and hurried back to the master bedroom, but it was like the cold followed me. I opened the closet and began tossing everything into boxes, but then that door slammed on my hand. Before it could stop throbbing, a set of footsteps crossed the room right behind me. I felt a light breeze as they passed, but no one was there. I suddenly felt dizzy and sick to my stomach. For a minute, I thought I was going to puke, but then everything was just normal again. I felt fine. The room wasn't cold anymore. But then, there was a loud crash from the living room. The boxes I previously stacked were spilled onto the floor. As I cleaned the mess, one of the hallway doors began opening and slamming over and over. I've never loaded so much so fast into my truck. When I was finally backing out of the driveway, I saw a shadow standing in the window, watching me leave. There's nothing about this experience that I can explain. Now, I have to go back this weekend. I can't afford to hire someone for cleaning and cosmetic work, but I'm hoping to have a few friends come along. I really don't think I can go into that house alone again. There was a popular joke I always heard growing up. A man tells his bartender, "I bet you a free drink that I can bite my own eyeball." and seeing this as an impossible task, the bartender agrees. The man then promptly removes his glass eye and places it between his teeth before putting it back. Amused, the bartender pours his drink. Then the man says, "I bet you another drink I can bite my other eye too." Knowing the man can clearly see just fine, the bartender reasons that he can't possibly have two glass eyes, and so accepts his terms. Next, the man removes his dentures and gently places his teeth around his very real left eye. My Uncle Ty was particularly fond of telling it because he already had fake teeth and used to joke that if he had a glass eye, he'd never pay for another drink again. Well, as they say, careful what you wish for. Ty owned a lot of land with a really big pond, and the whole family would often go over there on weekends to fish and have a bonfire. My dad is one of 9, so we're a big family. The adults got drunk while the kids ran around having sword fights with flaming sticks. When it started getting late, we would all sit around the big fire and eat hot dogs. Sometimes, Ty would play a game that we call homemade bombs. The objective was to throw a random item into the fire and rate the resulting explosion. It was usually little things like lighters, batteries, or empty bottles. But then Ty got the idea to throw in a full bottle of beer, fresh from the cooler. Everyone got back, but nothing happened. I don't know how long we actually waited, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, Ty gave up and returned to the fire with his poker. He leaned over the flames, jabbed his stick right in the center, and then boom. Later, he said he never touched the bottle. That's just when it exploded. For a brief, flashing moment, the flames engulfed his entire head before he staggered backwards and fell into the dirt. His hands covered his face, and he was screaming like he got hurt really bad. My dad and another uncle ran over and pulled his hands away to see how badly he was burned. And that's when we saw the giant glass shard protruding from his eye. Much of his hair, along with his eyebrows and beard, were gone, and his entire face was turning redder by the second. We're a poor family from the sticks, so we don't really call ambulances unless death is imminent. We normally won't even go into an emergency room unless we break a bone bigger than a finger. But this one, it's one of the exceptions. We don't play about eye shit. Even if we had called an ambulance, we were out in the sticks. It would have taken twice the time for Ty to get help. So my dad and a few others drove him to the hospital while the rest of us waited for an update. It was a long night for everyone, especially Ty's wife. She was always on his ass about being reckless, and now his day of reckoning had finally come. It probably goes without saying that Ty's eye couldn't be saved. He was soon fitted for a glass replacement, and the only thing he wanted to do was go to a bar and try out his favorite joke. The problem is that we're in a small town, so everyone had not only heard the joke, they knew about his accident. Well, that man got a truckload of his buddies and drove 2 hours to the nearest city where he finally got to do his trick. It didn't take long for the word to spread, but over the years, he would occasionally go out and find a stranger willing to play. For the most part, people just didn't mind humoring him because he was a fun guy to be around. Sadly, he passed away 3 years ago. In the end, it was his heart that got him. But he had a long life filled with great stories. The real lesson here isn't to be careful what you wish for, but to be careful what you throw into a fire. I love explosions as much as the next country bumpkin, but you gotta throw some common sense in there too. If you're too drunk to walk straight, you're probably too drunk to play homemade bombs. Once, hiking between trails in McKinleyville, California, I stumbled upon a rural ranch property. My intention was to cut through one trail that would just lead me back to the road where I parked my car originally. However, I'd gotten myself lost. I decided to keep walking in the direction I was headed because I thought I'd heard someone. This being the 90s and no cell phones, I was hopeful that these people would help me find my way. I spotted 2 young men standing behind a barn-looking structure, smoking what smelled like marijuana. The whole area smelled like marijuana. The older of the 2, he made eye contact with me and alerted the smaller boy of my presence. Just as I started in their direction, the smaller one ran to an unknown destination, while the other one told me to get out of there. At the time, I thought maybe they were just being smart kids not talking to a stranger, so I proceeded on my way, assuming I'd likely run into someone else too. The structure the boy stood behind wasn't in shambles. It almost looked as though it was new. I realized as I kept walking that the marijuana smell didn't really subside. And that's when it dawned on me. I was walking through someone's marijuana farm. Someone's illegal marijuana farm. I came upon a house from which I could see the end of the road in a kind of courtyard. There suddenly emerged a very angry older man, and he was yielding a rifle. Behind him, I could see the smaller boy standing inside the home. He'd gone to alert his grandfather, Shirley. Pops is yelling, waving his rifle at me, saying he's gonna kill me. He made it clear I was to go back wherever I came from. I pointed to the road. It was just there in sight, but he wasn't having it, so I backtracked a bit. The moment he turned back towards the house, I ran towards a nearby trail, but was spotted as he turned back again. He began to come towards the trail, still carrying that rifle. Now, he was firing shots. I was running up the trail, and as soon as I was out of the line of sight, I jumped down off the trail, hiding under a huge bush, and taking off my sweatshirt, a quite visible red and blue, burying it under me. I could hear the man, but I didn't dare look. Eyes see eyes and all. He turned and headed back toward the house, right in front of the bush. After several minutes, I made the hike back in the direction I'd originally come from, far away from this man's house and those kids. I could swear that on the way back someone was following me. I'm even more sure of it now, knowing how vast those woods are and how highly illegal that shit was at the time. I was lucky to get the hell out of there, but it makes you wonder how many people have gotten themselves into the same mess, and were they so lucky? I've dealt with the paranormal for most of my life. One day, my cousin and I were hanging out at the house, alone except for my beautiful white cat. I was 18 at the time. My brother was at the store with friends. Our mother had recently died, and I had quite a few paranormal experiences there. But they never bothered me. It was never anything that seemed malicious or dangerous, only fun stuff like electronics turning on and random footsteps walking around. One time, my cousin was sitting on my bed when he felt someone sit next to him. He screamed and ran out of the house. But I should get back to my current story. I was sitting on my bed, and my cousin was in the living room. My room was only separated from the living room by a glass door and a curtain, so we were only 20 feet away from each other. We were talking about girls when we heard what sounded like a spoon falling to the floor in the kitchen. We listened for more, but when nothing else happened, we resumed our conversation. That's when my cat came to sit with me, and I began petting her. A few minutes later, more utensils clattered to the floor. I was more surprised now that I knew it wasn't the cat. Still, even more utensils fell, and these were followed by the much louder bang of a falling pot. My cousin, unable to see the cat in my lap, advised me to check on her, and when I pulled back the curtain, his eyes opened wide in shock. If she was there, he wanted to know who was in the kitchen. But I explained. Nobody was in there. He didn't believe me at first, but almost as if on cue, there was a huge commotion in the kitchen. Spoons, pots, and pans, Plates, glass, everything was being thrown. It continued for roughly 30 seconds before coming to a sudden stop. Once it was over, I asked my cousin to go check on the kitchen, but he adamantly refused, suggesting I take a look instead. Needless to say, I was equally against the idea. As we argued over who would go, my brother and his friends returned from the store. Without hesitation, I shouted for my brother to go into the kitchen. He refused until I said my leg hurt and asked for a drink. Then he finally agreed. He brought me a glass of water, and I took it, puzzled by his lack of reaction to the mess. I asked if he saw anything in the kitchen, but he was confused as to why I would even ask. When he insisted nothing had been out of place, I told him the whole story. He was furious. My grandpa spent his life on fishing boats in the North Sea, and he passed down a lot of stories before his stroke in 2016. Most of them involved giant waves, sinking ships, or piracy, but there was one instance he only spoke of a few times. If you aren't familiar with the North Sea, it's among the most dangerous bodies of water in the world. Grandpa worked on one of the larger boats, but even the biggest get tossed around like toys. Severe storms appear suddenly and unpredictably. The waves were so violent that the men were thrown about the ship without warning. Broken bones and concussions were just routine hazards of the job. Of course, that was nothing compared to falling overboard. That's why any man walking on the deck was tethered to a safety line. The day in question was one of the rare brighter days, but those came with their own dangers. Pirates were far more active on those occasions. Grandpa was one of the men posted to keep watch while the others brought in the nets. These giant nets were lifted with a crane and capable of supporting more than 1,000 pounds, so we're talking durable stuff here. But this time, it only rose a few feet before coming to a grinding halt. Grandpa had a better view from his position, but even he could only see the line disappearing beneath the surface. The crane was under too much strain and quickly switched off, but the awful grinding noise didn't stop. Next, the line suddenly went slack. The net was rising again, but only for a second. It then went tight with great force and seemed to be pulled out to sea. The ship was dragged behind it for a short distance before the line fell slack again. While most of the crew were distracted with bringing in the net, my grandpa and 2 others were still watching the water. They saw a giant ripple appear. It was more than 3 times the length of the boat as something began rising to the surface. Grandpa thought that he was about to see some kind of military submarine, but instead, it was a fishtail, half the size of a blue whale. Not that you typically see blue whales in the North Sea, but it's supposed to be the largest creature in the world. Yet here was something that had an equally as large of a tail, possibly bigger. Only the finned part emerged, and it quickly disappeared again with a hard slap that sent a dangerous wave crashing into the side of the ship. You never want a wave to hit you from the side. They're lucky it didn't take them down, but it did knock Grandpa from his post. If not for the safety line, I would have probably never been born. When order was finally restored, the empty net was pulled back onto the boat. Something had ripped it apart. The ends hadn't been cut or chewed through. They had been pulled apart by brute force. Men who spend their lives at sea tend to be a superstitious bunch, and these guys were no different. By the time they learned what Grandpa and the other 2 witnessed, they were all ready to sail back to port, even though they had 3 weeks left on the hitch. I guess a lot of people would find a new profession, but there weren't a lot of job opportunities in my family's area, so my grandfather spent another 30 years at sea before finally retiring. It was a common lifestyle where they were from. My dad moved to the U.S. for college, where he met my mother, and we've been in Illinois ever since. I don't put much stock into ghosts or monsters, but we don't know what the hell might be out there in the oceans. I don't play when it comes to that stuff. Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically. I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry, when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world. But your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I'm perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019, and all that time I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will. I lived in Japan in my early 20s. I got pregnant and was moved on base. My husband was in the Navy. It was so I could be closer to medical. Nothing happened in my house until my daughter was born a few months later. She was an infant, but old enough where I would let her cry for a few minutes in the middle of the night to see if she would soothe herself to sleep. Listening to the baby monitor, I heard a very gentle shh. I rushed into her room, and I saw a peaceful baby, and the rocking chair was swaying. Living in Japan, there were mild earthquakes several times a week. I used my rational brain and decided that I'd heard nothing, and an earthquake had caused the rocking chair to move. Over the next few weeks, weirder and weirder things started to happen. My husband was deployed, and I was the only adult at home. When I made tea, I filled barely half of the kettle because it was just me. A couple of days after the shh incident, I went to make some tea, and the kettle was so full the moment I moved it, water sloshed everywhere. It was impossible to have filled it that full. I know I didn't do it. The next night I heard the shh again. I said, "Thank you," out loud. I heard the cabinets open and close. I got up, walked towards the kitchen to get some water, and the cabinets opened again, slowly, then closed. 2 nights later, all of the battery-operated toys turned on at about 1 a.m. All of them. A cacophony of electronic noise. After about 2 minutes, they all stopped. Again, I said, "Thank you," but only because I didn't know what the heck was happening. A few days later, I was sewing and dropped a needle on the carpet. I looked, and I couldn't find it. My baby was just starting to crawl, and I was frantic to find it. I couldn't. I searched for a few hours and finally gave up. An hour later, I found a sheet of paper on my kitchen counter with the needle exactly in the center of the piece of paper. It was the craziest thing. I was never afraid. It always seemed loving to me. I mean, honestly, I was terrified until the needle incident. Then it seemed to me like I had a friend trying to help with the baby. Once I reached that perspective, the earlier events were no longer scary. The shh situation repeated about 3 or 4 times, and I was grateful for it at the time. My husband came home, and that night the energy in the house just seemed different. Not off, but different. We went a couple of days with this, and it was unsettling. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to get some water, and I saw an old woman sitting on my couch. I was too startled to be afraid, but got myself together and said, "Thank you for your help. My husband is home now." I then walked into the kitchen. When I walked back through, she was gone. No other crazy things happened again until my daughter's first birthday. We had a party early in the day and left balloons in the living room. I went into my daughter's room in the middle of the night to check on her, and it was filled with all of the balloons from the living room. Nothing else happened after that. I grew up in rural Oregon, in a house surrounded by dense woods. It was a big dirt biking community with all kinds of trails. I went up a path that I'd never seen before, but everything around it had been flattened. I made it to a place where I needed to turn around. I couldn't help but notice that the entire area stunk despite there being no garbage. I turned off my bike only to realize how uncomfortably silent it was. I switched the bike back on and had a compelling urge to look over my shoulder. Something quickly ducked behind some brush. It couldn't have been taller than 5 foot. I watched as massive, hairy hands grabbed the sides of the largest tree. It had some good-sized hands despite its height. I rode out of there as fast as possible, never saw it again. But I felt the same feeling and smelled that smell. Pretty sure there's something in the Deschutes River woods. When I was 4 years old, my parents built their dream home on 2.5 acres of land off the beaten path. There were other houses nearby, but it was a very spacious area, mixed in with a few farmhouses. I was a very imaginative kid, and I preferred playing alone. Solitude meant that the crazy stories in my head could be as crazy as I wanted, without judgment from the others playing the game. The back acre of our yard was nothing but woods, mostly pine, and sometimes when I was feeling brave, I would play in the woods until dark, never after dark. Some adventures during the day had even ended in an unexpected sprint out of the trees. Strange whispers that sounded like someone was inches from the back of your neck. Once I even heard a scream, but never after dark. I couldn't even look out of the living room window towards the trees after dark. One night, I got caught up in building a fort in the woods. I call it a fort, but it was just boards nailed to trees, creating railings in a rectangular pattern. In my mind, it was my castle. I didn't even notice the sun going down through the trees until I heard my name being called from the direction of the house. I panicked, sweat broke my pores, and I sprinted so hard my chest began to sting. Don't look back. Don't look into the dark. I made it to the back porch and wrenched the door open. The kitchen and living room were empty. My brother was taking a bath while my dad told him stupid jokes. I got down the hall to my parents' room, my mother playing solitaire on her computer. I apologized for being out so late and that she had to call for me. She looked at me blankly, obviously confused. She didn't call for me. I went to bed unsettled that night, but fell asleep quickly after playing outside all day. I don't remember the dreams I had that night, just unease. For the first and only time in my life, I fell out of bed and onto the floor. Confused and waking up, I felt my way around, trying to understand what had happened. And what happened next is the description of the strangest moment of my life. I grabbed a pair of feet. I felt the ankles under my hands and the hair running up the legs. I looked up in a panic, yellow eyes, broken, grinning teeth, a look of pure malice, wrapped in a blanket that I slept with. A pink and brown fleece blanket I'd stolen from my grandmother. I screamed bloody murder and flailed myself across the bedroom, down the hall and into my parents' room. My dad tore into my room to see what had caused my indescribable terror. While I hid in my mother's arms, my dad searched the whole house and found nothing. I moved out of that room into my brother's the next day. When I got older, I rationalized it all away, moved back into my old room. And every now and then, I suffered incredibly violent dreams, but nothing so up close and personal. I can still see that face, but I never did see my grandmother's blanket again. Growing up, we used to play with Ouija boards a lot, but nothing actually happened. It was just a game to us, until we were 15. That's when Helen moved to our town. She said that her old house was haunted and that she could see spirits. We didn't believe her, but we asked if she ever did seances or went ghost hunting. Of course, she said that she did all of those things, including the Ouija board. So we invited her over for a slumber party at my house. There were 4 of us in total. After my parents went to bed, we got out the board, lit some candles, and Helen did her thing. We all had a hand on the planchette while she closed her eyes and muttered beneath her breath, but we couldn't understand a word of it. This went on for a couple of minutes until the planchette suddenly began to shake. It was only for a second, but we all felt it. Though it might be simple to push one across the board, I don't know how to make it vibrate without being noticeable. The board wasn't rigged. It was mine. Once that happened, she started asking questions. First was, "Do you want to speak with us?" And the planchette moved to yes. Next she asked, "Were you alive in this century?" And the response was no. She continued to say no to each preceding century until Helen asked, "Have you ever been alive?" And it said, "No." She asked for its name, and there was no answer, but a globe fell from the shelf behind us. Despite the vibrating planchette in the beginning, we still believed all of her questions and answers were fake. But how could she make the globe fall? Things only got worse from there. Helen seemed like she was getting nervous. Her voice trembled when she asked, "Are you a demon?" The planchette shot to yes, and my bedroom door swung open. It had been latched shut, and I'm an only child. Plus, even if my parents had been awake, that isn't their style. They have zero sense of humor, as you're about to see. Helen looked at us for the first time since starting and urged us not to take our hands away until she said so. Then she began telling the demon that it wasn't welcome here, and my door slammed back shut with enough force to make me and one of the other girls recoil. We both let go. It happened the instant before Helen could say goodbye. She explained that using a Ouija board is like opening an actual door to the other side, and insisted that we had to close it again. We were all so frightened we would have done anything she said, but before we could start back, we heard loud footsteps coming down the hall. My door had woken my parents, and now my dad was angry. We screamed when he entered. Waking them up had been the last thing on our mind. Needless to say, the board was taken away, and he didn't want to hear about our emergent need to close the spiritual door, not when he had to be up for work in 4 hours. At first, we were too scared to go to sleep, but over time, we convinced ourselves everything was a coincidence. All of us except for Helen, of course. I don't know what time it was when I woke up again, but it was before 4 because my dad hadn't gotten to work yet. There was a light whimpering sound coming from one of the other girls. When I looked to my right, I saw Helen, shrunken into her sleeping bag, staring into the corner with tears streaming down the sides of her face. I followed her gaze. I saw a menacing, hunched-over figure standing in the shadows, only it wasn't a shadow. The mass looked like a cloud of black smoke, shaped into a crippled old man. Then, before our very eyes, it straightened up and pointed its long-nosed face upwards toward the ceiling and vanished. The activity continued after my friends left the next day, and my parents blamed me for every slammed door or broken dish. I had nightmares of demonic creatures standing around my bed, trying to crawl into my body. I begged my parents to return the Ouija board, but they said I was using it as an excuse. It was 4 weeks of misery before they finally believed me. One day, we were eating dinner together in the kitchen when Mom's water glass spilled by itself. No one's hand was anywhere near it. It just toppled over. Mom pushed her seat back, grabbed a towel for the mess, but her chair wasn't jostled in the shuffle. It remained perfectly upright as she darted away. Then, it began to tilt backwards, as if someone were pulling on it. We all froze as it tipped back on its front legs before being violently knocked onto its side. Mom screamed. Dad sat in confused silence, and I said, "I told you so." Mom was ready to switch sides right then, but Dad didn't fully come around until he was walking into the kitchen and felt a hand grab his leg. It even left fingerprints on his skin. That weekend, I was allowed to invite Helen back, and my parents returned the Ouija board. They also promptly confiscated it again once Helen was finished closing the door. I can't say that I cared. I'd already decided never to touch one again, and to this day, I haven't, but burned into the backyard. I didn't have nightmares anymore. There were no more strange figures. All in all, I'd say I got off easy. This is short, but I can't stop thinking about it. First, you need to know that I'm a ghost magnet. Seriously, there's something about me that attracts spirits. I don't know what it is, but lately, I've been trying to ignore them while I deal with my depression. The other day was completely normal, until I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Behind my reflection stood a very tall figure with a hairy head and no eyes. dangling arms. It wore a black and white outfit, and it scared the shit out of me. When I looked back at my own reflection, it was still standing straight and smiling back at me. I know that's not what I looked like at the moment. It kept looking straight into my eyes as I backed out of the bathroom and into my own. I closed my door, turned on all the lights, got into bed where I resumed my "this isn't real" chant. Eventually, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning, but when I went to the bathroom, nothing was out of the ordinary. Does anyone have a clue what's going on? It's freaking me out. When my daughter was 3, she asked me if she could watch a cartoon while I was busy doing something. I turned on the TV and found a channel where an episode of Dora the Explorer was playing. I was thinking that maybe she could at least learn a little Spanish as she sat mesmerized by the electronic babysitter. After a few minutes, she asked me if she could watch Scooby-Doo instead. I asked her what was wrong with watching Dora, and she told me that the characters weren't speaking Spanish the right way. Of course they are, I said. Anyway, you don't know how to speak Spanish. What she said next gave me goosebumps. I used to speak Spanish, she said. We both did. Remember that time when I was your mommy and you were my little girl? We lived in Mexico. We had chickens in the courtyard, and my name was Maria. First of all, incredibly well-spoken. Pretty freaky stuff. What made it even more freaky, we lived in Ohio at the time, so I'm not sure how the word courtyard was even in her vocabulary. Also, at age 3, how did she realize that people in Mexico speak Spanish, or that Maria would be a common name? I never really considered the possibility of reincarnation before then. I do now. My sister loved American Girl dolls, and every time our dad was away for business, he'd always find one from whatever state he'd visit, except the time he got home from North Carolina. When he got home, he made an excuse to curb my sister's disappointment. Years later, he'd tell us that he actually did purchase an American Girl doll when he went to Charlotte, but it started moving around in his bag. He thought that it might have been an electronic doll, so he took it out in his hotel room. He inspected the doll, but he couldn't find a place for batteries. Then the doll's head turned, looked at him. He threw it up against the wall and ran out of his hotel. He requested that housekeeping get rid of it before he returned again. So, thanks, Dad, for not bringing that haunted-ass doll home. You're going to die, repeated calmly, with no worry, 5 or 6 times in a few minutes. So, the story. I'm rock climbing indoors on a wall with 2 auto belays. On my right is a small girl, about 5. As a courtesy, I let her begin climbing first. It's a friendly gym where patrons give positive feedback to fellow climbers. Nice job, I say as she gets started. She's climbing open, using any holds. I begin my route's ascent and I'm focused in working out the climb. I'm maybe 15 feet off the ground when I see her small foot just ahead to the right. I wait patiently for safety and for her to climb further. Keep going, you're doing great, I say. You're going to die, she calmly replies. What did she just say? I question myself. I'm sure I misheard this cute little girl. I'll just let her climb a bit further and ignore her. Back to concentration, now about 22 feet up the wall. I pause again, and with no prompting, I hear her again, very clearly say from about 4.5 feet away, You're going to die. My mind is racing. Why would this little climber have such odd things to say? Maybe best not to engage with someone who's so young and saying such odd things. I nod my head at her. We continue climbing. At about 32 feet, I realize she's slowing me down a bit as I keep waiting for her, and I should probably just pass her at the next safe opportunity. I visualize my next few moves, and before I proceed, she breaks my train of thought. "You're going to die." Okay, what is going on? Why? Why is she saying this to me? She's not being rude or obnoxious, more just matter of fact. I proceed to pass her. My brain is focused on her words and something I don't understand. As I pass her, I smile nicely and figure no reason not to ask. "Why are you saying that?" I ask her. "You're going to die. You're going to die." I can't shake it off. I climb a bit higher and prepare for the hardest move on the route that I'm climbing, a route I've climbed before, a route I set known as Han Solo in carbonite. I am 45 feet in the air. I go to re-chalk my hands before a move that I sometimes get, but sometimes fail and miss. I pause. One last time. Why is she saying this? I freeze. I stop breathing for a second. I realize the childlike meaning of her words. I begin to slowly and carefully climb down. I move at a consistent pace. I breathe in and out. I'm past the girl who's still going up. I continue down, watching her in case she decides to come down. I reach the ground. And it is then I walk over, white as a sheet, and get a drink of water, and catch myself looking back. And I realize the words of this little guardian angel who realized well before I ever did. I hadn't clipped my harness into the auto belay and was free climbing up the wall with no safety equipment in place should I fall. I would have died. When I was in 7th grade, so 12 or 13 years old, my best friend got sick with mono and had to stay home from school for several weeks. As an excuse to basically just talk to her through the window, I agreed to drop off her homework after school. I gave her mom the papers and she offered to drive me home like she always did, and I declined like I always did. The walk was short and I appreciated it. When I was a couple blocks from my house, I saw my 6-year-old brother and a neighbor that was about the same age starting to get into a stranger's car. Immediately, I screamed at him. I threw my backpack in the air and started running towards them. They hesitated on getting in, focusing their attention in my direction. And with that, the man in the car took off with the doors open. Catching up to them, my stupid little brother turned to me and was very mad. The neighbor, confused little boy. Apparently, and of course, the man had promised them candy if they got in the car. And because of me, he had no candy. He stomped off towards the front door while I collapsed in the dirt by the road near our house. I don't scare easily, but that time I was terrified. I remember telling my parents what happened and their reaction being that my brother wasn't allowed to travel outside without me present. Not much of a reward for saving his life, but I was sure to drill into him the importance of never stepping foot in a car with a stranger. I didn't go into every gruesome detail, but he knew about John Wayne Gacy when I was through with him. I didn't care if I scared him. That was the point. I'd like to think I saved his life multiple times, thanks to those lessons. I grew up in South America, in Brazil, right in the middle of the country in the center-western state of Goiás. My stepfather's relatives lived in the countryside about 8 hours from the capital, Goiânia. I grew up there until about 7 or 8 years old, before moving to the capital with my parents because there wasn't enough work. We'd go back there every summer holiday, and my cousin and I would go fishing and hunting together. One particular week, we'd gone further into the countryside to visit my stepfather's brother, who lived in a farm a couple of hours from the town we were in. After lunch, my cousin and I decided to follow the little stream upward to see what was there and if we could find anything interesting. There were no neighbors for miles up that way, and the woods were filled with dangers like poisonous snakes and jaguars, but we didn't care. I must have been 14 years old at that time. We thought we were invincible. A couple of hours in, we had reached a very dense part of the forest that surrounds most of the area, and we were getting pretty tired. It was getting harder and harder to cut through the vegetation to keep going. Suddenly, we came by a clearing. The little stream that we'd been following continued on, but we decided to stop for a moment to get some rest and drink some water. To this day, I can't really explain what happened next. My cousin will tell you the same thing. It's just one of those weird, unexplainable things. On the other side of the stream, there was a small sandbank, and imprinted on it was a huge footprint. Man, it was huge. No normal human being could have a foot that big. Also, it was just one footprint, as if whoever it belonged to jumped over the stream in a hurry. My cousin and I walked over to it, scared shitless. We wanted to make sure that we were actually seeing that. We examined it, measured our own feet against it, and we realized that whoever this huge foot belonged to, it would have had to have been at least 5 meters tall. We suddenly started to feel this horrible dread coming over us. We rushed back without so much as a peep. We didn't even look back. People I tell this to often tease me, asking why we didn't go further to see what we could find, maybe another footprint or something else. But the fear of finding whatever that huge footprint belonged to scared the hell out of us. I never returned to that place. So I've got a question for the men out there. And I just emphasize men because I don't want comments from little boys or giga-chads. Just good old-fashioned real answers. Let's say you're dating a lady who's independently middle class, owns her own home from a recent settlement that went in her favor, and she's smoking hot. But her house might be haunted. Is that a deal breaker? Over the years, after my first marriage dissolved, we were married young, I've only seriously dated a few men off and on, all ending after they'd visit and spend time here. My first husband was a writer. We purchased our house in 2013. It's a few hours to get anywhere from any direction. Originally, the isolation was preferable over our flat in Queens. It was less than a month after moving our stuff into the house when activity started. Disembodied footsteps walking through the wooden halls while both of us would be sitting downstairs. Doors would open and close on every floor, not simultaneously, but it's as if they were living alongside us, going about their days and nights as we did ours. The radio and other electronics have turned on randomly. The radio specifically, though, has turned on at 2 different times when the station was playing a certain song. Both times the radio turned on, it was while the house was mostly quiet, so each time it happened, my attention honed in on it. Neither of us had a problem with it, though. We embraced it a little by naming the spirits. Because this house is old as fuck, we named them Ethel and Jim. It feels like there's 2 of them living here. Sometimes the female voice we dubbed Ethel would whisper in the kitchen and open the cupboards, but the heavy footsteps we believe to be from the one we named Jim. Since the divorce, I've continued my coexistence with them in harmony. All in all, however, these happenings are rare and genuinely insignificant to daily living. Listing the occurrences bunched all together like this makes it sound like I'm living in a carnival funhouse. I'm not, I promise. The spirits and I do not communicate. In all honesty, I did try once, though, and I really didn't like the way it made me feel. I don't want to go off on a tangent, but if I'm going to attempt to enlighten, I need to be outright with my experience, if only to ward off the men from the boys. I was once leaned up against the wall of the dining room reading a book. On the wall next to me, I hear a soft bump bump. For reasons unknown, I'm compelled to make a fist and replicate the bump bump pattern back on the wall. As soon as I do, it's like the vibrations of the room shook with panic. Dread instantly filled my chest. It felt as if I'd broken something. I became paranoid and swore that I heard footsteps leave the area I was in, like I'd scared them. I decided never to try that again. If you've reached this point, congratulations. You've lasted longer than a few of my most recent relationships. But for reals, aside from me being this hilarious, my question to the men, do you see all of this and think red flags? Should I just start acting just as surprised as them when shit happens? Like I haven't already named these ghosts? Honestly, I'm not a witch who lives in the forest. If you can assist me on these questions, I'd be forever grateful. Bonus if you know a potential suitor in the lower state of Jefferson, known as Northern California and Southern Oregon. Please send him this for me. And thanks to anyone else who read this too. Once upon a time, when I was young and dumb and extremely drunk, my college dorm mates and I decided to make a Ouija board and contact the spirits that we suspected lived in our large old dorm building. We had heard stories, which turned out to be true, that our dorm had been many things before the city sold the building to our school for next to nothing because no one else wanted it. The stories went like this. Our school had been an old TB hospital originally. This story was bolstered by the fact that we had a crematorium in the basement, complete with 2 large, dark, people-cooking ovens. This door was always locked, but we'd gotten in there to view this macabre wonder several times. Supposedly, there was a nurse who had worked at the hospital, whose husband had left her for a woman he'd met during the war, and so she hated men. This will become relevant later. We found a gurney in some back room. It was old and completely made of metal. The kind of thing that could have easily transported the dead from anywhere to that cold crematorium. The last thing that the building had been before the school gained possession was a not-so-nice brothel. Rumor had it that a prostitute had been slain by her pimp in the creepy elevator. One that was so dangerous it had to be drywalled up long ago. There was supposed to be blood splatter still on the walls. Throughout the place, walls were where they weren't supposed to be, added for convenience and space over time. The basement, which was a series of small rooms, had once been one big room, with only the crematorium as an extra body storage. The nursing station was on the 2nd floor, and those rooms were safer. Rocking chairs rocked, posters stared, etc. We decided to contact the spirits of the dead the hard, drunk way. No store-bought Ouija board for us. We got a large piece of wood that was cut into a square, and we cut our hands like lunatics and drew the letters in blood. Then we used a convenient shot glass for the planchette and got about the business of contacting the dead. It moved, of course, and everybody blamed everyone else. I was drunk scared, though, which translates to absolutely terrified. We talked to a little boy first, who wouldn't tell us his name, and seemed almost as scared as I was of something. He kept saying that he shouldn't talk to us because 9 was coming. We laughed, accused each other of messing around with the thing, and kept going. Because you're chicken shit if you don't, right? Eventually, 9 showed up, and I don't remember a whole lot about what that thing said, but I do remember that it hated on this one guy in our group so much that it was noticeable it didn't appreciate his presence. He was super cute and went through girls like people go through tissues when they have a bad cold. We disbanded our little Ouija experiment soon after that, going our separate ways to our separate rooms. That night, that guy, the one that 9 was hating on, had a nightmare. It was loud enough to wake us all. He said that thing visited him in the night. It claimed they were watching him and were disgusted by him, going as far as choking him to the point that he thought he was going to die. She was wearing a nurse's uniform. There was a new girl at our school. Her name was Summer. She invited me to her sleepover birthday party, along with maybe 6 or 7 other girls. I wasn't very popular, but I did have a small group of friends. As I recall, only one of them came to the party, so most of the attendees were not close friends. Her mother picked us up in a rickety old van, all of us. Their house was old, on a huge lot, and there were 2 little outbuildings on the property, a shed and an old outhouse. We all laughed about the outhouse, since there was no reason for one to exist anymore. Sure, this was in the 70s, but indoor plumbing had been a thing for quite some time. Summer had a little sister named Autumn, who was about 3. We joked about their names. Had her mother had another child, would it be Winter? I don't remember too much about the party. I know we all ran around and played in the outbuildings, and we asked Summer about her life. She'd only been at our school for a few weeks, and she said that her mom moved around a lot, but wanted Summer to make some new friends, which is why she invited a bunch of girls that she didn't know to her house. Being 11-year-old girls, we all immediately pledged to be her very best friends. Her mom took all of us home the next day. On Monday, I didn't see Summer. I asked my friend who'd been at the sleepover if she'd seen Summer. Nope, maybe she was sick. A few days went by and no Summer. I asked one of the other girls who had been at the party if she'd seen our new friend. She looked at me in puzzlement. Summer? I don't know anyone named Summer. Okay, didn't we all just say that she was our new best friend? How fickle can you be? A few days later, I was in the car with my mom. We drove by the street where Summer lived. I said, "That's where I was last weekend." I started to point, and then it hit me. There was no house, no greenhouse, no outbuildings, nothing but a field of grass. I was trying to convince my mother that a house had stood there a week ago, and she pointed out that there was no rubble, no sign of a house. And she said there hadn't been a house in that location as far back as she could remember. Since none of the parents had dropped us off or picked us up, no one was able to verify the house's existence. And aside from my one friend, no one else acknowledged that they had been there. No one at school remembered knowing Summer. I don't know if this qualifies as paranormal, but it sure as hell wasn't normal. I don't know if this is the creepiest thing that's ever happened, but I found it to be pretty creepy. I met a woman on Match.com about 12 years ago. We went out for lunch in Providence on Federal Hill. She was very quiet. I was sure that she didn't care much for me. It was quite a bit of work to get her to speak about anything, and by the end of the evening, I chalked it up to experience, a wasted effort. But after lunch, she told me that she was frightened of Providence and asked me to walk her to her car. I agreed. When we got to her car, she shook my hand and thanked me, and as an afterthought, asked me if I wanted a ride back to my car. She felt that she could trust me now, I guess. I said okay. As soon as I got in the car, she was all over me. She wanted to make out, hot and heavy, and didn't even get a chance to put on the seatbelt. I was incredibly and pleasantly surprised. We made plans for another date. We went to the movies. Again, she was very quiet and standoffish until we got to her car. Then she was all over me. The next day I came home from work, and when I opened my mailbox, I found a small package. Inside were 2 wedding rings with a note. "We are destined to be one," was written on the box. There was no postage. Whoever put it there in person. I suspected it was her, and I was uneasy. I called her up. She asked me if I got her package, I said yes. She said, I went to a psychic. She said you were my soulmate. We'll be together forever. I realized then that she was not right in the head. I said, I don't think so. And after a discussion of how inappropriate she was being, I hung up the phone. The next day, when I came home from work, she was parked in my driveway. I got out of the car furious. Who the hell do you think you are, coming to my house uninvited? I asked her angrily. She was nonplussed. It's not the kind of house I want, she said, but we can live in it together until we're married. But I like your cat. And she gestured to the cat watching us from the window. I told her to leave, to never return. She did leave, but not before telling me that we were going to be together. It was preordained. For the next year, I got calls, emails, and love letters every single day. Sometimes she called 10 times a day. At first, I tried to tell her that she was wasting her time, but it did no good. To her, we were destined to be together. It has been 10 years since this happened, but for the longest time, I'd still get emails from her once a month. I'd get phone calls from her about twice a year. She never changed her number, so once I figured out how to block numbers, I stopped getting the calls. Early on, if I'd accidentally answer the phone or something, she would just take it as acknowledgement that I have feelings for her, and it would turn into a burst of emails and phone calls and small gifts. I never saw her as a threat. At least, I never felt threatened. She's just sick in the head. It's very, very creepy. But the creepiest thing about her, in my opinion, is that she's a Harvard-trained medical doctor treating patients. At age 23, a friend from high school asked me for a small favor. Would you ask my younger sister out on a date? It went on to explain that she was recently newly released from a short stint in a psychiatric hospital. She was diagnosed with depression. He thought socialization with a mentally stable, moral man would be therapeutic. I had been introduced to his sister, Gail, a pseudonym. 2 or 3 years passed. She was an attractive, pleasant girl. I asked if she would like to take in a movie on a double date. Double dating provided a chaperone-type venue, should anything unpleasant ensue. After a nice evening, arriving at her home with my friend Ronnie driving, I walked her to the door. When I was in the process of thanking her for a nice evening, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw 2 hulking figures approaching. One of the guys was brandishing one of those super large switchblades. In reality, a small sword. Gail recognized who it was and yelled to me, "Run, Tom, run." I did. The 2 perps were close behind me. I sprinted to her backyard and leaped over a 6-foot fence, with the assailants almost catching me. I ran for 2 or 3 blocks and then circled around to meet up with Ronnie and his date. When I got back to Ronnie, there were 2 police cars and the officers interviewing him. The guys had accosted him and took turns holding that big blade to his throat, demanding to know who I was. They took turns puncturing all of his tires and smashing his windshield. Ronnie was thoroughly traumatized. He feared for his life. I learned from Gail's big brother that one of the assailants was hospitalized in the same institution as Gail. He'd formed some sort of imaginary relationship with psychopathic ideation. The 2 were subsequently arrested and sentenced to prison for the assault on Ronnie. There's no doubt in my mind that if they'd caught up with me, they would have killed me. When my wife and I bought our first house, an old Victorian style built in the 50s, almost every night we heard what sounded like kids' footsteps running down the upstairs hallway and other random sounds. My wife mentioned it to one of the neighbors, and they said it was probably just peacocks on the roof. The house backed up to a conservation area where wild peacocks lived, and they would occasionally get up on the rooftops. That answer made sense, so we basically got used to it and eventually ignored it. Less than a year later, our son was born, and when he was 1, he would balance all of his toys on top of the other toys and make them spin. Literally found the center of balance of various toys and would walk in circles around the room, giving each a gentle touch to keep it rotating. It was the weirdest and coolest thing I'd ever seen. When he was 2 or 3, we would hear him talking in his room at night. One night, I asked who he was talking to. He said, "Tracy." I asked, "Who's Tracy?" And he says, "The girl who lives in the wall. She's usually nice, but sometimes she scares me." He described a girl with brown hair and a yellow dress who would play with him sometimes and occasionally wake him up at night, but he didn't seem to be bothered by any of it, just startled sometimes. He would talk about her once in a while, but it wasn't a common occurrence. A couple of years later, we had added on to the house and moved the master bedroom downstairs, switching the kids' rooms around. Our youngest was now in his old room and about ready to transition from crib to toddler bed. She'd always been a sound sleeper, but she cried almost every night in that room. Her first night in the toddler bed, we heard a loud thud, followed by screaming, and rushed into the room. We were thinking she had fallen out of bed, but she was on the other side of the room. We got her calmed down and back into bed, and it happened again the next night. So we ended up switching the kids' rooms back, and they were fine. We looked up the history of the house, but we didn't find anything about missing little girls or anyone with the name Tracy that had lived there. Eventually, our son stopped talking about her, and a few years later, I ended up taking a job with another company, and we moved. The house was empty for a few months after we moved, and the neighbor across the street called my wife one day. About a week after we left, she thought she saw our daughter looking out the window, so she waved at her, and then she remembered we didn't live there anymore. My now 10-year-old sister was born after a prophetic dream by my dying great-grandmother. She saw my mother holding a pink blanket a year before my mother was pregnant, even said the calendar was on October. My sister was born October 12th. But my sister has dreams that come true. Some of you may remember a few years back, a school bus flipped and 2 kids died in the southern states of the U.S. 3 days before that happened, she woke up crying and said, "The bus crashed. 2 of the kids died, but one of them saved his friend." 3 days later, the news reported that a bus had crashed and 2 kids had died. A week later, they released the video. It clearly showed one of the kids who died grabbing his seatmate and putting his body between her and the side of the bus. When my sister was 3 and I was 18, she told me not to go to work because she had a dream that I was hit by a car. I didn't think much of it, but she got really upset, so I stayed home just to keep her calm. The bus that I'd been planning to ride was sideswiped by an SUV as it unloaded passengers at a stop. And last year, she told me she had a dream about a girl who kept hitting me and screaming that I was a monster and that she would kill me. 3 days later, a girl that I dumped for cheating on me attacked me at a Walmart. She pulled a knife and tried to stab me in the face. Those are just some of the more unnerving ones, but there are a lot of others. I don't know if this makes her a psychic or what, but it's certainly strange, and no one in our family seems to be able to explain it. This happened in Crystal Lake in Virginia Beach. I drove out with a girlfriend for a dose of nature and beauty before the sunset. As it started to get dark, we realized it was close to closing time, and the park entry gate would soon be shut. There were no other cars or people around. We jumped in our car and started driving toward the gate to exit the park. On the way towards the gate, we passed a young girl sitting on the side of the road, on a cement block. She was dressed in a conservative, long dress, like something from the turn of the century. She was holding a large red ball. She was pale and thin, with long brown hair. Strangely, she didn't look towards us or acknowledge us at all. Just stared straight ahead, across from where she was sitting. What was she doing out there, with no urgency to leave the park? As we drove on, we saw a strange man ahead of us, in the middle of the road. He was intentionally blocking our path, and he too was dressed from a different era, wearing suspenders over a filthy white shirt and black pants. He was waving his arm for us to stop. As we got closer and slowed down, we could see that he wasn't hurt or needing help. He looked angry and aggressive, and his face was scary as hell. So we sped around him. He turned and started running after our car. We hit the gas and barely made it out of the gate before it was locked for the night. We never went back there again. I was stupid enough to agree to a blind date. It was several years ago. I hadn't come out yet, and I was desperate to keep up appearances. After we had dinner, this loser drove to a dark parking lot behind a closed store. Next thing I knew, he was all over me, trying to unbutton and unzip my jeans. I said no and was blocking his hands. He refused to take no for an answer. As his hand went up my shirt, I began screaming. He was getting more pushy by the second. Suddenly, a bright white light lit up the car. His face turned white. His eyes bugged out. He quickly started his car and drove me home. He shook all the way there. I was confused, but so relieved. The next day, he called and apologized for what had happened. I told him to never call me again, and then he asked me a question that made a chill run down my spine. Who was the girl, the one in the light? I asked, what? He said when the light appeared, a blonde girl in a powdered blue dress appeared, glaring at him. She pointed at him and let out a scream. That's when he hauled ass and took me home. I hung up on him, but I couldn't help but smile. The year before, my best friend of 14 years had died unexpectedly in a car accident. She was only 21. She was buried in a dress her favorite color, baby blue. She had been a victim herself 3 years before her death. Apparently, she was hell-bent on me not meeting the same horrible fate, and I'm forever grateful to her. I was with a new friend from work, walking up to his front door. I'd been there a few times. He unlocks the door and opens it, but pulls off his backpack before we walk in. He's digging inside his bag when I look into the house and I see what looks like a dog. I ask him, "Did you get a dog?" "No." He looks up from his pack and his face drops. We take a couple of steps inside the house and this thing sprints towards us. Like any dog that gets excited when its human has come home. As it got closer, it became immediately clear to me that this was a ghost dog. It looked like a moving pencil drawing in mid-air. There was no temperature change or anything to alert your senses, aside from seeing it. Anyway, like I said, the dog was super excited, running in circles through our legs, jumping up on us, mainly my buddy. We're double and triple checking with each other. "You see it?" Yeah, it's right here. You see it. I see it." This goes on for at least a couple minutes before the dog leaves out the back door. My buddy at this point is a little distraught. I ask him what's going on. He tells me that that was his dog. That dog had died giving birth. We're still in the living room talking about what had just happened when the dog comes through the back door. Only this time, following the dog, are 5 little balls of white light at about puppy height. She walks over to us and the light balls follow. Needless to say, this blew my mind, and at that point, my friend had lost it, started crying. My buddy and I still talk about this, and believe it or not, he says that he's never seen any other kind of ghost in his life, and he never saw this one again. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived one more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or two later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. Back in the 90s, when I was married, my wife and I experimented with Ouija boards and other things for a while, which I don't recommend. I think the lure of curiosity can lead to trouble. Weird occurrences can both terrify and stimulate more curiosity. Once during this period, my then wife was on the couch watching TV in the living room one evening. There was light from the kitchen and a hallway by the front door, and from the TV. The living room was dimly lit. I stood near a set of bookshelves where the TV was, by the short hallway that led to the front door. I noticed a shadow near my wife on the wall behind the couch. It moved slowly along the wall, just behind her and towards the window. I asked her if she saw it too, and she said that she did. We both watched as it moved steadily along the wall, past the window, and down along behind the couch, and then beyond that, into a dark corner. It then moved over the wooden bookshelves, and I could hear some subtle cracks and pops in the wood of the shelves as it passed over them. It went directly past where I stood, and around the corner in the hallway. The hall light flared brighter as it passed. Then, it moved to the closed front door and seemed to be gone. Realistically, I don't believe that there's any explaining it away. Nothing was moving by a light source to cause it, and it moved independently. My first couple of years out of nursing school, I worked for a hospital near Pleasant Hill, Iowa. Rumors of the place being haunted circulated from the moment I started, but I was heavily focused on doing a good job and really tried to ignore the rumors. We started construction on the main wing of the hospital, probably halfway into my second year. During one of my shifts, I was walking through the construction area to get to the cafeteria. I saw a figure standing behind a section of long construction plastic hanging in front of me. I could hear him talking faintly. He seemed slightly distressed. Feeling kind of awkward, I moved the plastic to the side, fully prepared to excuse myself to the employee working. But there was nobody there. I quickly jumped back. The figure was gone. I skipped lunch that day. I've had a few experiences, but this one happened not too long ago. I've been going to therapy for quite some time. At this point, I'd been with my current therapist for maybe 2 years. I was making progress and was really impressed with how much she'd been able to help me. She had 2 young kids who would come to her office on days when there was no school, There was a playroom set up across from her office. Usually a nanny would accompany the kids. There was never any disruption to our sessions, even though the children were young. I was almost as impressed by that as I was by her obvious skills. This day, she came in with her 2 kids and started upstairs. A much older woman was between her and her kids. I thought that she must have gotten a new nanny. She told me to come up and we settled in for our session, except I had an overwhelming feeling of sadness. I asked her if she was okay. She told me that she was, but, of course, she would say that because she has boundaries. I was looking past her at the closet with a dark wooden door when the strangest thing happened. The older woman that I'd seen behind her kids sort of materialized into the wood grain and then stepped forward behind my therapist. She put her hand on her shoulder. I asked my therapist if she was okay. She assured me she was. Then the older woman seemed to notice me. She spoke. "Tell her I'm okay." I pretended I didn't hear her. She said louder, "Tell her I'm okay." This time I said, "No." This was all happening not out loud, but telepathically. It's very hard to explain. I guess it's sort of like having your head and your heart working simultaneously. I didn't want to tell her that her dead mother was standing behind her, asking me to give her a really bland message from the beyond. I might have been willing to take a chance had she said, tell her about the time when she was 5 and we went to the beach and had a fish boil, or anything that wasn't so mundane. But I'm okay. I don't know. I asked my therapist one more time, and with greater urgency, "Are you sure you're okay?" This time she said, "Well, I just found out before I came to work that someone close to me died." I thought, yeah, no kidding. I told her I was sorry, and that we certainly didn't need to finish the session, since I also knew it was her mother, and she probably needed to make some sort of arrangements. Meanwhile, her mother continued to talk to me. Here's the thing. This is my therapist, not a friend, and I really liked her as a therapist. I didn't really want to tell her that I was seeing things. I also didn't want to pass on a message from the beyond, because it seemed like a really big boundary problem. I left. She told me she'd be gone for several weeks. In the ensuing weeks, I was obsessing about the message from her mother. Keep in mind, my therapist never told me who had died. When she came back to work, I scrounged up my courage and told her what had happened. I described what the woman had looked like, what she was wearing, what she said. I told her I knew it was a pretty bland message, but I had to tell her because I couldn't quit hearing it, and I had to say it out loud to her. She looked absolutely astonished. She told me that when her father passed, her mother would say, "I just wish I knew he was okay." It had become something that she obsessed about over the years. The message, "I'm okay," it meant a lot to her and her siblings. Go figure. At my old middle school, there was a man that had been teaching English since my mom went to the same middle school years before. His name was Mr. H. He was one of the 2 8th-grade English teachers at the school, and I was not placed in his class. I was disappointed because Mr. H was supposed to be one of the cool teachers. All the student body loved him. He was old, nearing his early 80s by the time I was there, but fit for his age. He didn't look a day over 50. On his face, though, he had 3 large, very predominant scars that ran down his face and over his left eye, which he had covered with an eye patch. During a summer vacation in the 70s, Mr. H went on a solo hiking trip in Orange County. He was attacked by a cougar. If it wasn't for its deteriorated condition, Mr. H probably wouldn't have been able to fight it off. The cougar took out his eye with a swipe from its big paw. Mr. H was forced to start swinging blindly with the machete he had when the cougar was about to pounce again. Mr. H heard its legs dig into the gravel, and he knew which direction it was going to attack from. And with one Hail Mary home run swing, Mr. H made contact. The cat landed on him, sending both of them to the ground in a cloud of dust. The lifeless cat pinned Mr. H to the ground. He would then push the heavy creature off of him and walk back to civilization, injured and bloodied, before he could call for help. No cell phone days. When I told my mom the story, she was familiar with it, an alumni of the middle school herself. She was placed in his class for her 8th grade year. I was surprised to learn that. She'd never mentioned it before. I'd only heard from the older kids and some of their parents that Mr. H was the best. We didn't talk much more about it. Then, I was nearing the end of high school, and we got to reminiscing about things. I brought up that teacher with the crazy scar and eye patch. I couldn't remember his name. So my mom says that she knew Mr. H before he had the scars, seeing him around when she was in 7th grade, and her 8th grade class was the first that he told the story to. Then, my mom says, that was a summer from hell. She tells me her best friend Jana was also attacked that summer, and as a result, the family moved away before the girls could start their school year together. On a late summer night, a radio station was having a contest, and Jana and my mom were listening to the broadcast. Jana was listening outside on her portable radio. She did this often as to not disturb the family by playing the radio in the house. Her plan, as she explained it to my mom through whispers over the phone, was to just run inside and use the phone if she knew the answer to the questions. My mom would also be listening to the radio, ready to answer the questions. This was a team effort. There were a series of questions, and in between them, they would have long musical breaks and advertisements. So while they waited for the DJs to come back on the airwaves, Jana decided to leave her gated patio deck and walked out to the front yard, where her and her mom were planting vegetables in a little garden. Although the patio had a little fence bordering it, the actual front yard did not. But the property line stretched far between the house and the street, and the family had no animals, but that still made them feel more comfortable having the sidewalk line be so far from the home. The neighborhood they lived in was also very safe, and what was about to happen was unheard of for that little residential neighborhood. While Jana is in the garden, she became distracted with the music and digging in the dirt with her small metal rake, when suddenly, the back of her shirt gets pulled with such lifting force that she goes from her hands and knees straight onto her back. Looking up, there's a man standing over her, staring at her through a paper bag mask with 2 holes ripped out for the eyes. Just as Jana is about to gather air in her lungs to scream, the man leans down, covering her mouth with his hand. He was wearing leather gloves, and the thick material began to smother her as he was trying to pick her up and take her to his car parked on the street. Jana still has the gardening rake in her hands, and using all the energy she has left, she thrusts it up through the paper bag mask, easily tearing into the material. The sharp prongs embedded themselves into the man's skin, deep enough for the rake to almost be pulled from her hand when the man dropped her back down. But as she fell back down into the grass, she held a tight grip on the handle of the rake, and it dragged down the man's entire face, shredding the mask and his flesh as he turned to run away. She never saw what he looked like, and she had no description for the police when she called to report the crime. The only evidence she had to prove her story was a shredded paper bag attached to a gardening rake and a vague description of the car. The incident traumatized Jana, and she didn't want to leave her house for the rest of the summer. My mom would always have to go to her house and hang out with her inside, with the few times they got to hang out before Jana left. My mom says that she would recount the story over and over, trying to figure out some missing piece. She never did figure it out, just a painful memory that caused her to live in constant fear. After telling me the story, it's kind of quiet. I don't know what to say. It sounds horrible. Then my mom asks if I think that her story and my story share similarities. Mr. H was a smaller built man. He was never extremely athletic, even in his youth when my mom attended school. Had he really fended off a 200-pound animal? Rumors began spreading around school that he hadn't traveled to Orange County that summer. Kids that weren't in his class telling other kids they'd spotted him around town sometime over the summer. Those stories could have easily been fabricated for attention, and many kids didn't buy into them. But as my mom would gaze at the side of his head while he spoke in class, the scratches were still in the beginning stages of healing when school had started. My mom said they looked pretty identical to what the slashings of a gardening tool could have been. She remained suspicious. And I mean she remained suspicious for a very long time, without my knowledge. My mom had called the school and specifically asked for me not to be in Mr. H's class. This being a touchy thing, and knowing that I'd see the guy every day, that he was well liked, my mom didn't share all of this until I was in high school. While I was there, he outlasted any staff that had suspicions of where he'd gotten his injuries on his face that summer, and he was able to fully lean into his story for years. But what do you think? I wasn't really expecting to be sharing this particular story again anytime soon, but since I've already opened my mouth, I might as well do it. But be warned, this is the short and sweet version of the incident, and it's not very short. One big thing to keep in mind is that I've always been the black sheep or outcast. Even among the few friends I once had, I was still the oddball out. So the fact that this would have happened to me instead of anyone else I knew, it's no surprise to me. In the earlier mid-2000s, I had already been banned from the latest school that I was sent to, and I already didn't belong there anyways. Meanwhile, I was also taking care of a so-called family member. Well, being me, I educated myself through things that had everyone else around me scared shitless to even venture to my front door. Naturally, because of this, even the local Catholic deacon, basically a priest who can marry, he would tell everyone who even mentioned my name, "Be careful about him. He's extremely unstable." Needless to say, at the time, I was already studying ancient craft, witchcraft, along with a mound of other things. So, of course, this had the deacon terrified of me too, so he only used that to fuel his trash talk about me. It was right around the middle of summer, and I'm doing my usual, reading and listening to music. I get a call from the same man, the deacon. And this guy is panicking, like someone is about to slaughter his family, literally begging me to visit his house immediately. And mind you, it's the middle of the damn night. I'm immersed in my reading, not exactly in the mood for visiting someone who's basically little more than an enemy. But I agreed to visit him anyway. He lived across town. For me, that was a fairly short walk. I get to this man's house, and the first thing I hear is what sounded like a full choir of screaming coming from inside. But his family was all outside the house with him. By this point, I'm already wondering, what the hell is going on, and what or who did you piss off? Mind you, from outside, apart from this screaming I kept hearing, everything seemed completely ordinary. But I started hearing things from inside that house that I knew full well I shouldn't be hearing. The closest I can describe it would be starting as an almost impossibly deep wailing, similar to that of winds of a tornado or like, but much, much deeper, and slowly getting louder. After a brief conversation with the deacon, even his wife pipes up, telling me that if I could help, as apparently everyone else said I could, then they would openly rescind everything that her husband had said about me to the rest of the town, and then some. Personally, I would have been satisfied with just humbling the guy. But of course, because they also had 2 children, and I've always been protective of kids, I I agreed to help them out anyway. I wasn't going to enter his house without him accompanying me, but this guy was shaking like crazy, literally clutching his Bible and his priest robes like they were his lifeline, just walking with me. Personally, until that night, I'd never even heard of a priest being so scared. For some weird reason, as soon as I crossed the threshold of the house, all screaming and everything just stopped. The place was so quiet you could hear a pin drop on the basement floor. Even for me, that was a little eerie. I had to tell the deacon to start reading, more like whispering from his scripture, while I called out. It took a few minutes of this, but I already knew that since his presence had already somehow pissed something off, the same was bound to happen again. Right about then, I started feeling the house getting hot, and I mean literally fire hot. Of course, accompanied by a roaring voice. Mind you, I've always been physically and mentally desensitized to fear, though I don't really know why. The next thing I know, the deacon gets sent across the room, and I'm plunged against the wall so hard the wall caved in on me. A split second later, the house is on fire, yet somehow I'm the only one not fazed by it. Among the last things I recall is seeing a trio of figures that looked like they came straight out of a D&D meets Dante's Inferno film, and all three are giving me specifically a stare that was most definitely homicidal. Beyond that, I distinctly remember getting into a literal fistfight with these entities before I finally recalled part of what I was studying, in terms of a binding, banishing ritual. Suffice to say, I used what part of the rite I could at that moment, and though it physically felt like I'd been bludgeoned by a truck, just like that, it was over. The deacon had asked me what it was that I did. The only thing I could tell him was, the next time you decide to trash talk the use of ancient magic, buddy, I suggest you think twice. The deacon spent a few nights in the hospital after that, due to somehow breaking one of his legs and something else I can't recall. But what I was left with, in terms of the marks, I was told that I shouldn't have been able to even stand on my own after the impact against the wall. But there was more to all of it than I was even willing to tell then, and the same remains even now. Overall, the incident of that night is just one of the many reasons for which I tell people, to this day, if an entity is capable of moving a person or object with enough force to do some damage, then that entity is fully capable of ending a life with either equal or greater force. A house spontaneously burning down while also rebuilding itself. Myself getting sent practically through a wall, and another coming out with broken bones. Yeah, according to everyone else. Neither of us should have survived that. I'm a glorified security guard who babysits a giant warehouse filled with wooden crates. They come in all shapes and sizes, and I've never looked at what's inside. I just never cared. I've worked this cushy job for a year, wasn't about to lose it over a box of random junk. The warehouse is in the middle of nowhere, a solid 40 minutes outside the city limits. I'm not even sure why they bothered hiring security guards, but there's always someone here. I normally work during the day, but one of the night guards, Carter, quit in the middle of his shift, so I volunteered to fill in. I really wanted the overtime and the brownie points. I was planning on asking for a raise on Friday, but now I'm not even sure if I'll still be working here by then. More than anything, I wish I could ask Carter why he left. He was only a year away from retirement, and before tonight, I couldn't fathom why anyone would just randomly walk away from a job like this. But now, I'm starting to realize this place is totally different at night. It's creepy as hell. I've never been one to spook easily, but this is more than just being alone in the dark. From the moment I arrived, it felt like the entire atmosphere was different. The air itself was heavier, almost stale. If a little paranoia was my only problem, I'd be able to get through it. But I'm either losing my mind, or I'm not as alone here as I thought. 2 hours into my shift, I heard what sounded like someone knocking on a crate. But I didn't see anyone on the monitors, and I can assure you, there's no blind spots. My employers spared no expense when it came to cameras. A few seconds later, the knocking stopped, and I convinced myself it must have been another rat. There were still a few traps left over from the last one, so I set them up and returned to my desk. The next hour passed without incident, but then a sudden chill ran down my spine, and I jumped out of my chair so fast it fell over. It felt like someone brushed their fingertips across the back of my neck. Obviously, no one was there, so I must have imagined it, right? I couldn't bring myself to sit down again, so I checked on the mouse traps just to distract myself. 2 of them sprung, didn't catch anything. Which does happen on occasion. That wasn't unusual. I reset the first one, but as I bent over to fix the second one, several loud knocks sounded from inside the crate next to me. They were very deliberate human knocks. There was no mistaking this for random rat noises. I don't know how long I stood there, hunched over like that. I didn't want to believe it. My brain insisted it wasn't possible, but the only logical conclusion was an auditory hallucination. I wanted to open the crate to prove nothing was inside. But they're all nailed shut. Even if I found a crowbar, I wouldn't be able to close it again. Instead, I asked if anyone was there, for them to knock if they could hear me. But the sound of my voice just felt heavy and foreign as it broke the tense silence. I probably would have shit myself if someone answered, but there was only the sound of my thudding heart for a reply. Eventually, I tore myself away from the crate and returned to my desk, but I still couldn't bring myself to sit down. All I could think about was Carter, if he had similar experiences. What other reason could he possibly have to just leave in the middle of his shift without warning? None of it makes sense. There's no way we randomly had the same hallucinations, unless something in the warehouse had caused them. My mind has been racing ever since the thought occurred to me. What if we're being used as some kind of guinea pigs? What if our employers are testing some kind of gas on us? Or maybe it was an accident. Maybe they have some dangerous material stored here and it started to leak. But if it was an accident, wouldn't this be happening during the day as well? Why is it only the night shift? Either way, I had to get out of there. I came outside to sit in my car, gather my thoughts. That's when I decided to write everything down, to help me keep it all straight, and to leave a record of what's happened in case I suddenly go missing. I do feel a little better now. I came out in such a rush that I left all of my things at the desk. I'm gonna grab them, spend the rest of my shift out here. I've been awake for a long time now. I should probably get some sleep before I make any drastic phone calls. I'll add an update later to let you guys know how it turned out. I didn't expect my update to come just an hour later, and judging by the comments I've already received, neither did any of you. When I finally mustered the courage to run inside, I only made it halfway to the door before seeing an incredibly tall shadow. It passed by the small office window. Someone really is in there. Whoever it is must have been hiding in that crate. What would have happened if I'd opened it? I didn't want to be anywhere near that place, so I drove to the first well-lit public area. I don't know what to do next besides go home. Some of you suggested calling the police, but I'm not sure what I would say. This all makes me sound like a lunatic. I don't even know what I'm going to tell my boss. Why did I have to volunteer for the damn night shift? Back in 1986, I'm a 19-year-old female walking home after just finishing my shift at Denny's. I didn't have a car, but I didn't live too far from the restaurant, so Unless a coworker gave me a lift, I was walking. I was definitely feeling tired and beat, so I welcomed the headlights piercing through the fog as I made my way home. There's a portion of this walk that's a bit more isolated. Some of it takes you through dark alleyways. Even on a normal night, it offers a bit of an unsettling ambiance. However, on this night, that bad feeling only continued to grow. I felt it even before I saw them. In the distance, a figure emerged, rather tall, with large, puffy hair, a clown-like silhouette. As they stepped a bit more into the streetlight, it was obvious their face was painted, resembling some sort of ghastly white mask. His clothes were tattered, torn, yet the color was a vibrant hue of blue, possibly orange or red. I noticed all these details. Since he'd emerged into the light, he hadn't moved, just stood there, silently and still. It was only a matter of seconds before I felt a huge sense of dread. What was he doing? I'm not sure what to do in this situation other than turn around and take a slightly different route. It would add some serious time to my walk, but at least I wouldn't have to pass this guy. Into the 80s, a cell phone wasn't even a thought for me. I knew running away was my best chance to get out of this oddly terrifying situation. The moment I turned my back, I felt horrified. What if he's running now? After me? The air grew colder, but I refused to turn around, only picking up my steps even quicker than before. But I heard other steps too, the shuffling of larger footsteps carrying a larger form than my own. The dread in my chest made it hard to breathe as I ran. All I could think about was if the man caught up to me, I wouldn't even stand a chance. He stood at least a foot taller than me. I had no weapon, no self-defense training. Never needed it before. I quickened my pace, each step a bit more desperate and exhausted than the last. I darted through narrow alleyways, my heart practically beating out of my chest cavity. I kept trying to find more light. Finally, I'd made it to where I could see my work again. That's when I finally looked back. At first, nothing. But then, like some sort of nightmare, I hear those heavy footsteps, and the clown man is suddenly in view again. He sees me, locks eyes menacingly, and immediately starts running at me, closing in with each stride. I couldn't believe this was happening to me. With a pounding heart and adrenaline's rush, I stumbled into my work, a sanctuary, if you will. From inside the restaurant, I panted, seeking relief and fighting to get the words out as my eyes remained glued on the last spot I'd seen the clown. A coworker, a classic tough guy, said that he could see the man. He goes outside and walks towards a shadowy figure in the parking lot across the street. Another coworker calls 911. Before our coworker reaches the parking lot, the clown man removes something from his suit. A knife. It's not a small one either. We can all see it. My coworker stops in his tracks. We assume that he's assessing the situation. That's when he turns around, running back into the restaurant. After telling everyone what had happened for the millionth time, a coworker finally gave me a ride home so I could sleep off the whole ordeal. From then on, I was always sure to have a ride, especially at night, even if it meant staying late or getting up early. Hell, sometimes both. Anything beats getting chased down by a lunatic. That's someone I'm happy to never meet again. A few nights ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a small black orb with tentacles floating towards me from above. Initially, I deemed it was a spider dropping from the ceiling, but as it got closer to me, and as I focused, it just dissipated. This thing was pitch black, about the size of a bouncy ball or a quarter. The tentacles were also pitch black. They were thin and hairy or inky. It was by all means there, and then it wasn't. It was strange enough for me to get out of bed in the middle of the night. Of course, I looked this up online and found a few stories, including some on here, all from people who have seen or experienced the same thing. I don't know. Maybe it was something I misinterpreted, but maybe it was paranormal. Spiders don't just evaporate.